All right, we are live. Hello, everyone. We're going to be doing something a little bit, different tonight. And I almost think I need to turn my mic down. You guys, well, I'll say that later. We're going to be looking at. I told y'all I had something kind of planned for today. We're going to see how many I remember. We all got talking about nostalgic things. I'm off to a horrible start. Everyone was feeling kind of nostalgic playing like Mario Brothers, and I was playing some older games, and a lot of people were coming into chat, and it's like, yeah. And I thought, well, maybe we ought to just do a look back on stuff and kind of have a chill night. We might get into some games later. I don't know how this is going to go. I just thought it'd be kind of neat to scroll through some Reddit posts, stuff from the 2000s and stuff, or 90s, 2000s, things that the millennial age probably would remember more than anything. I think that's going to be my target audience with this because I am one. So, yeah. I don't know. I thought this might be fun after the amount of, support we were getting on that and the way everyone was talking the other day. Darn it, I'm not finding what I'm looking for over here. Studio, there we go. We are going to have to be very careful with watching videos because there could be copyright and stuff. We're just basically going to look at pictures. Maybe videos muted. I don't know yet. We'll play that by ear once we get to it. Content. Come on now. We are live. Good. Anyway, I have this up because we're using synthwave, 80s synthwave. Yeah, we're doing 90s stuff. We're going to play 80s style music. Oh, well, maybe I should find... I've already got it set up. White Bat Audio is who made it, and there's a link to him in the description, so should be okay there. Looks like we don't have anyone viewing yet, so I've been talking to nothingness. Hello, Internet. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. My back's kind of hurting me, so we did some stuff at the physical therapy today, and it's like I'm... How long I'm going to stream for? Oh, gosh. Yeah, my mic's way too loud. My back's kind of hurting me, so... Can I turn that down? Does that adjust it? Some stuff with the physical therapy today, and it's like I'm... How long I'm going to stream for? Oh, shoot. I'm going to have an echo. Hold on. That might be better. Hello, everyone. I see we're getting some people in here now. This stream's going to be a little different. We might play games a little bit later, but everyone was talking about getting nostalgic yesterday when we were streaming. I was like, maybe we could do something a little different today for Friday night. And just kind of go through like the 90s thing for Reddit, and first person threw up out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, I remember that. First grade, it happened a little bit in first grade. I remember like third grade, fourth grade, I think people got really sick. There was something going around. I remember a bunch of us ended up throwing up, and Xander wasn't too happy about that. But yeah. But I don't know. I thought, Wishbone was really good. I've got a couple episodes on VHS tape I taped off. I used to tape stuff all the time. When I was really young, I figured out how to work the programming on the VHS player and was able to set it up for whatever show I knew was going to be on during the day, or sometimes I'd have it record like the morning cartoons, so after you go to school, you can still get those and watch them on the back half of the night. I used to do that a lot, which is why if you've seen on the channel, I have all these shorts of me going through, you know, VHS tapes, VHS tapes on VHS tapes. I have bunches of them. And I'm talking like boxes and boxes of them. We've been kind of going through them and finding cool commercials. I found a few commercials I haven't seen anywhere on the internet, but Wishbone was definitely cool. I was never much of a Barney fan myself. That was not a show. I remember there was another one that used to be on. I think it was called Dudley the Dinosaur or something. That one I do kind of remember. I think my mom said I liked it, but the Dragon, Dudley the Dragon. She says I watched it, but 93. I do not really remember this guy. I remember I had a bed sheet that had him on it. Yeah, that's what it was. That is exactly the sheet that I had. $39. That's pretty sure. Yeah, yeah, it had all those on it. Yeah, that's exactly the sheet I had. But I don't remember anything about the show. Grumby? Oh, Grumby, the little clay guy, Grumby. Yeah, the little clay guy. That one I didn't see either. See, here's the problem with trying to do something like this. I had antenna TV. I had the rabbit ears. We actually lived in the country, so we had a big antenna on top of the tower, and we had one of those little antenna rotators. I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but yeah, it was something like that. We had an antenna rotator, and what you'd do, you'd put that at the base of the antenna on your tower, and you would turn that thing around, and it would spin the whole big antenna on top. And you'd be trying to dial in a station. I'd be on one side of the room spinning that thing and watching the snow come in and out, trying to get it dialed in all the time. That was fun. Well, at least you could still get a picture. They went digital on everything, and now you either get pixely squares or you get nothing. You get a no signal. Before, you could watch a show through the snow. And I liked that a lot better. I hated when digital came out because where we were, it was very hit or miss. It's still that way because it's just we were out in the country. We were, pretty far from town, and there are trees all around you. Signal does not flow very well through the trees. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, boy, I diverted a long spot from Barney, didn't I? We got all over the place. But now you guys got ideas or something you want me to look up? Kind of older themed. Maybe I got something to say on it. I will say I don't know much about bands, actors, movies. They're just not something that's stuck in my brain. So those are kind of all out the door for me having much to say about it. See here, kids today will never. Oh, pictures. Yep. Getting pictures. Angie. I don't know what Angie is. Oh, Angel. Oh. Rolling Stones. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, like I say, we get into music. I don't know near as much about music. But yeah, I do remember getting those. Sometimes they would give you Kodak had floppy disks. You could get your pictures put on the Kodak floppy disks. I think, well, I don't know if I still have those anymore. They'd be out at my parents' house. Because I remember getting a couple of them where all your pictures were on a floppy. Then they did CDs. Walgreens always was pretty good about give them your photos. I think Walmart did it too. Yeah, Walmart did it too. You got all your pictures on a CD, which was pretty cool. But yeah, that was always fun, getting your pictures back from your little disposable camera. We always ran, well, later we ran disposable cameras, but before, my mom always had one of those, oh shoot, what was it? I don't remember. It was one of those long bar style ones that the back opened up on. You put the little camera film in. I can't remember if it wasn't Polaroid that made it, but you know, you go around, you're taking all these random pictures. Sometimes you have the flash on, sometimes you don't. And then it's always fun to see which ones turn out decent. If it was something indoors with a disposable camera, for sure, it was going to be an awful shot. It never seemed to work so well. You know, my older cousin said he used to burn CDs for a crush with fire. Like with fire? Was that a ritual? Did it work? You guys literally practicing witchcraft, or did you just... witchcraft? Do you just get a text back? I'm scared, y'all. Old magic will not be discussed with children of the new. Yeah, burning CDs, that was always a fun thing. I never had a CD player, but I ended up cassettes. We would copy stuff off on the disc. Pokemon disposable camera. Ooh, they had a Pokemon one. I have it's in the other room actually, a Looney Tunes one. I was trying to get the thing to work. It takes these little button batteries, and they corroded, but it had like a bunch of sayings on it. I could probably find that too, but hold on. One sec. It's nice having Google as a Pokemon. Boy, can I not type? Oh, that's a neat looking one, but that's probably more a disposable one. It's all clear and yellow. Yeah, I like the look of that. Are you guys seeing that? Okay. Yeah, we're in a decent picture, decent frame. I like that one with the Pokeball for the flash. That's kind of what that Looney Tunes one I have looks like. Yeah, that's exactly what I have. I got that for Christmas one year. I think I've got all the pictures because I don't remember if it was my grandma that gave me that or one of my uncles. But I did take a bunch of pictures with that. That little button would light up on it. And that button there would make, different characters say stuff. All the pictures had the Pokemon border around them. Oh, really? Pokemon. Boy, if I could spell. Camera. Pictures with border. Something kind of like that. Oh, maybe something like that. 35 millimeter camera with, yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, it was like the camera actually did that, huh? It was like inside of it. Know how to put this souvenir camera. Find the manual here. Manual recommends 400 ASA. Yep, that one. Well, that's a neat idea. But at the end of the day, you need to put the border. Yeah. Well, I don't want to go stealing their pictures, but yeah, that is really neat. Yeah, I remember we had, oh gosh, I've got it too for cameras. It's in the other room. We had a little mini DV, I think it was. It was a digital, video camera. It had a hard drive in it. 2000s. It was kind of like that. Well, I don't see it exactly. It was a camera that was kind of like this guy. Had a little fold out door, a little flip out screen on it. It didn't do a very good job. I was trying to make some videos with it the other day, but it's just the battery's so far dead. I'm surprised the hard drive even spun up. It actually had a couple old pictures that my grandparents took and a little bit of video on it yet. I had a JVC mini DV mini. I can't remember what the model was, but it took those tapes. There, that's exactly what it was. That's the exact model that I had. I think I got that in like 06, 07, somewhere in there, right before we went on vacation, and I took all sorts of videos with that thing. That was a great camera. I really liked that thing. That's the one. Do you know of it? Know of what? There's a little bit of delay on the stream, but not $20. Shoot, I think that was like a $300 or $400 camera when I bought it. Well, I got it for my birthday present. And my parents were like, well, we're on vacation. You already want a camera. It all works out in the end. Boom. Oh, Sony Night Vision. Oh, Sony Night Vision Handycam. No, I don't. That one, I don't know. So it'd do the green. Mine kind of had a night vision mode. It kind of did the green. That JVC I had would do that too, but it was not very good. But it would do the kind of green back and turn everything green. At least I'm pretty sure it was that camera that did that. I kind of remember it doing something like that. Ooh, these are cool. Our school had one of these. These guys take a floppy disk that go on the side. Is this the right one? DSCV1. That little door opens and you slide a floppy disk. I have a floppy disk here somewhere. I should have had a bunch of toys and stuff ready to go because I didn't even know how well this stream was going to work out. I was actually feeling kind of tired before we started and I wasn't sure. It's very special. Oh, it's not. It wasn't that model. But yeah, our school had one of those. I remember we only got to use it a handful of times, but it was pretty neat. I think my brother has a CD with some floppy. It was some pictures that they burned off of one of those from our school. Oh, it was banned? Oh, the Sony Night Vision, it was banned. Oh, well, hold on a sec. Sony released the camcorder Night Vision so powerful people could see. Oh, really? Oh, 560x zoom. That's got quite a zoom on it. Let's see. Can see through people's clothes. Wonder if they got more than 3 returned. I still have mine. Boy, I'd kind of like to. By then it was too late. I seen everything. The technology existed 22 years ago. Imagine what the government has today. Yeah. But easy. Just go through TSA. Yeah, that's a good point. But that's wild. That's a really powerful camera. Night vision. That's I wonder if anyone's got any videos on that. What's the model here? It's just Handycam Vision. Um, thinking 98, nearly 700,000 models. They recalled 700,000 models. Sensitive, could render clothing translucent. Video demonstrates. Oh, it's an Instagram. I don't have Instagram.
It had the ability to see through certain clothing and material under very specific conditions. Let me explain. In 1998, Sony released a feature called Night Shot to a lot of its digital cameras. And the idea was simple and well-intended. This feature was meant to help you film in dark environments. For an example, your baby while it's sleeping, or some nocturnal animals. It was a very similar effect to night vision. Now, when the user would turn on
night vision's what mine had.
into an infrared mode, essentially letting it record invisible infrared light, which is different than regular light. So, in virtually pitch black environments, you would be able to see. The issue was, when people started to use this feature, they noticed something strange happening. When Night Shot was turned on during the daytime, and people added an additional filter, you then had the ability to see through tight, dark-fitting clothing. Check out these examples. This man decided to place a book underneath a black shirt. Then, when Night
Got a
Shot
tilting manual. Oh!
You can clearly see the book underneath.
Wow!
Like before Night Shot, and this was it with the feature turned on. Another test showed a laundry bin hidden underneath a
That's something. That's impressive.
Suddenly it became
Oh yeah, you can see it.
a tattoo that was partially covered by her black shirt. Then when Night Shot was activated,
Oh, it shows right
he
through.
even put on his wife's bra just to show an example.
Thing's about an X-ray machine, ain't it?
You could even see what was underneath. Now, as soon as this got out,
That's pretty cool.
become a problem. News outlets started running stories saying this camera had the ability for X-ray vision. Now, of course, it's worth noting this didn't have X-ray vision, but for the sake of the headlines, they went with that. The controversy over the Night Shot feature absolutely.
Well, that would make people want to buy it even more. Why wouldn't you want to buy the camera with X-ray vision? It's like all those old ads where you could buy the X-ray glasses through the mail.
They actually stopped any future shipments going out. And they actually updated the Night Shot feature on all other cameras so it can only be used at nighttime. Essentially, removing the feature to be able to see through things in the day. This update actually fixed things. And the whole Night Shot feature controversy just kind of quietly went away. So, if you see posts about an X-ray camera that Sony released, it was an X-ray. However, at one point for a very brief period of time, it had the ability to see through tight-fitting, dark clothing. Regardless, a very creepy feature.
Oh, shout out to Dan Conray for the video there on Instagram. I guess I said that right. Dan Okray on Instagram. That's pretty cool. I don't know. We'll just yeah, that's pretty cool. Later in life, I ended up getting a Sony Handycam. That's what I started doing more videos on the channel with. It just died on me recently. I was going to get it ready. It was just a basic Handycam. It wasn't anything fancy like that. My grandparents, is that a Handycam that's in the other room? I don't remember if it's a Handycam. I think they used to have a Sony kind of like that. But maybe it's a JVC. Hold on a sec. I got to go look at that. I'll bring it in real quick. We can look at what they had because I don't remember what it is. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, because I was just going to go to town with a muted mic. Oh, I'm great at this. No. Okay, so what I was saying, this was one my grandparents used. This is a JVC. Takes VHS-C tapes, which are these guys, and they're basically a cut down. Yeah, and they're basically a cut down VHS tape. And what you could do, they make a tape adapter, which is around here somewhere, that you put this inside of, and that drive wheel lines up with the drive wheel on one of these, and it expands it out. Where is that? I should know where. I should have it in a special spot because I need it for all my tapes. Yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, this got one in it already. Yeah, you got this special tape that you could pop this down, and then you can pop out the VHS-C, and all you do is put that back in there, slide it up, and it'll stretch those out. I need to get a better webcam if I'm going to be doing stuff like this. It'll stretch those out, and you'll have your tape up in there, and it'll run through. Oh, shoot. That tape already had issues. If that's the one I'm thinking of, I had to do a repair. I had to take that tape all apart, and it came off the reel on one end, and I had to take the tape all apart and re-stick it on there. But put that somewhere safe. But yeah. But this camcorder's been almost all 50 states. My grandparents, they took it everywhere. They took it to Hawaii, Alaska. My grandpa had a camper, and he, an slide in bed camper. Actually, where's my photo book at? It should be right there. Oh, wow. I could have had a picture of that ready to go, too. Oh, well. I don't know where that is, where my photo book went. It's always been right here. Oh, well. He had a slide-in bed camper, and they went all over. So I've got a bunch of footage from different landmarks and stuff, things that aren't there anymore. Like roadside attractions in the 90s that aren't there anymore, which is pretty cool. I don't know if that's better or worse. But yeah, that was always fun to go back and look at all that, see where they went. Can you say JoJo's Steel Ball Run? JoJo's Steel Ball Run. What does that mean? But yeah, burning music CDs and stuff. Like I say, I didn't really have a CD player. The posters, that was pretty cool. Walmart always had those. You go flip through the doors and look at. They always had some neat stuff in those band posters and whatnot. I never got to buy any of those. My parents were like, it's kind of a waste of money. Scholastic School Book Fair. I've only ever bought a couple things. Sometimes my parents would some days they'd throw me a 20 and say, here, go wild. And other days they're like, no, we don't have the money for that. So it's like, some days, that's fine. I understood because I got plenty of toys and stuff growing up. I wasn't too interested in the books anyway, but they always had those little, are they here? Slappy hands. We'd always get those. I don't see it. I remember, I don't see one there. Those red. Yes, the sticky slap hands. Those things. They always had those at that sale. We'd always get them. I think they had pencils. Or no, you could put them on the top of your pencil. I guess that's what it was. There were those. There were like super long. Were they erasers or pencils, or did they have both? They were like super long, and I think it was an eraser because it was terrible. I ended up getting one of those too. And then I think they had super long pencils too. But they always had those ink pen things And I had a couple of them that were different colors, and you take the one from the back and slop it, push it in the front. Multiple colors. Oh yeah, they always had those too. The ones with the different color, 4 colors. But no, that's not what I was talking about. But yeah, they had those too. I think I had one like that for a while. I was always finding different pencils. The the Black Warrior ones are always the best. Those are the ones I was always keeping an eye out for. But I used to rent out pencils in school. I had a pencil box. Me and a couple of my friends, we were always in competition, scouring, after class and everything. It's been like third up to like 6th grade, 7th grade. We did this, and we'd always be scouring the classroom. Like, oh, someone dropped a pencil. Take that one. Add it to the collection. Then we'd be like, well, what pencil did you find? I found one of these. And I found one of those. And it's like just silly kid stuff, But we did that an awful lot. But I'd rent them out for a quarter, and if they didn't give it back to me or they lost it, I kept the quarter. That was what I did with them. My other friends did that too, because we were all like, well, we could make some money off this too, because everybody's losing their pencils. So that way they could get their money back, I could get my pencil back, or they just buy it off me. I think I charged 50 cents for a keeper though. I think that's what I did. I changed prices throughout the year. I'm going off memory. I graduated in 2011, and I'm 32 years old. So I was born in 93. So there you go. If you're looking to date me, not super old, but my body's telling me we're getting up there. I fell a couple months back. My back hasn't been right. I've been getting physical therapy and everything, and this really slowed me down. Just been, even sitting here, it's kind of in pain. But, I'm having fun. What else do they have? Or does anyone else have anything for me to look up? But, yeah, that was always fun. I've got a book, and I need to see if we can find that real quick. It was called Cool Cars of the Future. Book from Scholastic Fair. Did I spell that right? No, of course I didn't spell that right. I do not see it. Hot Cars. No, that's not it. It had like a blue cover. It looked kind of like that on the inside. Hot Cars, Cool Rides. That's what it was. But it didn't have a GT on the front. It had something else. That might have been more what it had on the front. Yeah. No, it didn't have a Subaru. It had some really... It wasn't that. It was more like Cars of the Future. I don't know what happened to it. When I moved, I couldn't find it. I've never really seen it. Oh, something... We might get to it or we might not on that list, but the AR store. Did anyone else have an AR store? I think that was a worldwide thing or a nationwide thing. But what was I going to say? There's these toys that I can't remember what they're called. They were like little trash figures. They were like a demolition derby kind of Trash Wars. I don't remember what it was called exactly, but I remember we had like a garbage truck, and there were a bunch of like starter packs, and you were supposed to fight other people with them. They had like a garbage can with one of those shooters that had a bag of garbage that would shoot out, and I've never been able to figure out what those were called. I don't remember what they were. I haven't been able to find them. 9 years deployed to Baghdad, Iraq. I gave him Yu-Gi-Oh cards, keep them safe. They've been in his wallet for 12 years. Cool. Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. There was a little bit of Digimon. Like only a few people were into Digimon at all. Cards. And one of my friends on the bus, he kind of taught me how to play the Digimon game. I kind of remember understanding that a bit better than Pokemon. Because we always just kind of made up our own rules for Digimon, or for Pokemon. Yeah, that's what they looked like. Yeah, they had the big number in the corner. Yeah, that's exactly what they were. Yeah, he used to buy those, and we'd play with them. He'd bring all the cards and 10 grand. I do have a binder of Pokemon cards in here. No, it's in my safe. I put that in my safe. I thought it was important enough. And in there, I bought them at a yard sale, and I had some Spanish and I think some German ones too. They were in foreign languages. Boy, looking at that ring light, I've got blah, 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 going on in my eyes. That was a mistake. But yeah, I remember we played that a lot. But I ended up understanding this one better than, well, at least understanding. He could have been making up the rules too. We went off of whatever he was coming up with because I didn't know anything about it. Pokemon was always an argument on the classroom. You know, is like people always argue over what does what and what the attack means. And Yu-Gi-Oh was a little more straightforward. There were some arguments, but Yu-Gi-Oh was less. Unless you had someone that only watched the TV show and they're like, no, Time Wizard can do this. It can make 1,000-Year Dragon or whatever it was. Red Eyes into 1,000-Year Dragon. And it's like, no, the card effect does not say it can do that. So, stuff like that, arguments like that would come up a lot. Trying to keep track of life points was always kind of hard too. You get in arguments. Well, no, that took you down this much. It only took me down this much. Then we'd have to break out a calculator, and you'd have each person have their own calculator, and they'd start keeping track of their score just so we could, know when the winner was called, or we would. If like you're doing on your lunch break, or generally it was more before school. We'd always get there early, and school didn't open until like 8 or whatever. We had to go in, so we were always out there playing, on the playground. But they were like concrete pads and stuff, so we'd go play card games. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That I've never seen that before. That's one thing I've never seen. No, there's a lot. I say that like it's the only thing. No, there's a lot of things I haven't seen. It always comes down to time and access, because for the longest time we had dial-up internet, and what did we have? We had Juno. I don't even know if they still. Yeah, choose connection type. Yep. That's exactly what it. Oh, I don't want to go stealing someone's video. I'm trying not to. But yeah, we had Juno, not Juno Platinum. We just had the basic Juno, and it worked. We'd always get those AOL CDs in the mail too, and it's like. You love this nostalgic stream? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Can't wait for part 7. Yeah, I haven't. You were Juno? Yes, we were Juno. Sorry. Yeah, we were Juno, not AOL. We did get the little CDs, and apparently they used to send floppy disks out, because around my grandparents' house here, I found a bunch of AOL floppy disks too that got sent, and Grandma didn't throw anything away. So there's some floppy disks, there's some CDs. Some of them had like demos. I could have sworn a couple of them we got had like game demos or something. I do remember messing around with those, but it was kind of pointless to play with the AOL stuff because we already had Juno going on. But it was so slow. Like, I think it was like 23 kilobytes per second internet is what it was. I think the Platinum bumped you up to the 56K or 52, 52, 56, 52K? 56K. Yeah, okay. But, yeah, we had several different computers growing up. One that didn't last very long was a compact Pisario. Yep, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly the computer we had, and it did not last very long. I think the power supply, 7594, I think the power supply went out in it. Darn, it would have had a Pentium 3. That wasn't a bad computer, but it just didn't last very long, and we ended up getting something else. I feel like we downgraded from that one when we went to another computer. Because it was like, this was it's brand new. Well, we didn't have those speakers. We had some garbage speakers that didn't work. They needed like an amplifier to work. And we didn't have it. So you'd have to hold the speaker to your ear to really hear anything. Which was not ideal. I've got one of these 5000 series too. It came from the shop that my uncle owned. They used it. It was geared for like internet use. We had a CD drive in one of them, and it didn't take straight CDs. Loves when PCs were all white and came with the speaker setup. Yeah, I like the ones that come with the speakers that clip onto the side. I had an IBM that was like that. It had speakers. I think the Pisarios kind of had that going on too. I don't see one right off. Yeah. Pisario's did. There you go. That. Yeah, where the speakers could clip onto the side of it. I always thought that was kind of a neat look. Then they're up out of your way. The Macintosh. We never had a Macintosh growing up. Never. I've never owned a Macintosh. Even like junk computers, because my dad would always, if people were throwing out computers or stuff, I've probably had about 30 vintage computers, 30, 40, somewhere in there growing up over that time, just because people were like, I'm done with this, I upgraded, and Dad's like, I'll come take that, Brandon wants to play with it. It's like, okay. So he'd give me the computers, or I'd get the computers, I'd tear them apart, play with them, fix them up. And, some of them were garbage. Some of them I still have pieces of laying around in here. I don't know. There's processors and stuff. I pulled, when I went to scrap them, I pulled out processors, hard drives. If it had a graphics card, they generally didn't. They were generally box store computers I was getting. Do you know Windows XP background wallpapers and actual photo? Yes. The one with the field, yes. And our Windows, our first XP computer was an E-machine. I could go into a bunch of different computer stuff. That was originally what I wanted to go to college for, was getting into computers and working on them and fixing them up. And I probably should have done. Well, I did go to college for it. It just didn't work out. But yeah, Windows XP background. There you go. Yeah, that one. Where is the real Tuscany? Yeah, there it is. You remember the E-machine? Yeah, we had two of those. My brother and I had one for us. We had it in our room. We had to share a room. And then my mom ended up getting one when she started going to college for stuff. And yeah, that's definitely a real picture. Really nice background. I always liked that one. Ours had E-machines. stood up in it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Windows XP background E. Yeah, that is exactly what it was. Wow, that's a big picture when you're in. That was our first look at Windows XP. Was that background when we first got it. And that was such an upgrade of what we had before. My main computer before that was a Dell. I think it was a 110, GX 110. Is that what it was? I still have it. I have never been able to get drivers to work. Like you put a fresh install of Windows 98. I've never been able to get drivers to work so it would recognize the graphics card so you could do anything with it. It would just run in like 16-bit, not true color, high color, just 16-bit, and not much runs on that. Let me see if I can find that guy. It'd be a Dell. Well, the E-machines. I remember it had a 3.2 gigahertz Celeron D in it. Windows XP PC. What did it look like? That's exactly what it was. Had the media drive, had the DVD drive. Yep. Ours had a big sticker on the front though that had all the specs on it because it was kind of yeah. There we go. 504. Darn, I wish you got a little closer picture on the specs there. Yeah, it had the ATI Radeon Express 200. Yeah, that thing ran most of what I threw at it. It was a pretty decent computer. It had the media drive on it. What was the other thing I was going to look up? Oh yeah, that Dell I had. I think it was an Optiplex 110. Yep. Okay, GX. It was a GX 110. It wasn't a double DIN though. It wasn't a tall boy model. My uncle had one of those. Our school had a few of these floating around, but not many, and they worked pretty good. I liked them. I'd always try to get a seat at that one because I knew it would run the games a little bit better online on the internet. I always tried to get on that one because it would actually run games decent. That was one perk to knowing about all these different computers when I was in school. I was like, oh yeah, that's going to be the best one for the internet. There it is. That's what it looks like. Small form factor. Whopping 1 gigabyte of RAM and no HDD. Yep. And the hard drive is what failed on that IBM or that Dell I had. Daughterboard. Mine had a zippy Pentium 3 933 megahertz CPU. I think that's what this one had because it would run. I remember running. What's the Harry Potter 3 specs? Because I think that was the newest game I ever ran on it. Azkaban. Because I remember I bought that. Okay, it was 98, 6 to 700 megahertz, 300. Okay, all right. So it was in the range because it would run that game like it was nothing. So it would have been in the right range for doing that. Have you played CS? No, I've never played CS before. Prisoner of Azkaban. Yep. So 32 to 64 megabyte of RAM, and you better believe I had that thing maxed out. I stole stuff out of all the other computers I had that had the same RAM, and I maxed that one out because that was our main daily driver, until we got... I'm trying to think of how that worked. It died. We got an IBM that... I always wanted to do something with that case. Mom got at a computer show they used to have in St. Louis. They used to have a yearly computer show. And it was an IBM, and sometimes they'd have used computers for, I don't know, $100 or whatever. PC Tower. I think it had a Pentium 3 in it, or maybe it had a Pentium 2. Let's go thousands and see what that gets us. No, yes, that exactly. No, not exactly. It had a big grab handle on the top. It's close to that. I had a couple boxed ones that were like that before. Well, not that guy specifically. Well, it showed it in the picture, but when I click on it, it doesn't show it anymore. That guy there, I had a few of those. I had a few of them with the turbo button that had a little digital screen to tell you what the speed was running at, too. There we go. Yeah, that's got the grab handle on top. Well, I didn't have a good picture of it, but yeah, I always thought that was a neat looking case. It's got the lines on it. It's got a big grab handle on the top. It's a big case. I mean, this thing's probably, this tall. If you could, from there to there, it's a tall case. And I've still got that, but it would only run in 16-bit. And I don't know if it's because it didn't have the right drivers. I remember downloading drivers. I could never get it to work right. But I always liked the look of it, and I kind of wanted to do something, like put a sleeper build in it, put all new guts in it, because there's tons of room. There's plenty of room. You could put water cooling and everything else in that giant case. The Gateway 2000s were kind of the same, 3000s, 2000. The Gateways were kind of the same way. Yeah, it's 2000. Yeah, my uncle had one of those. It was here at my grandparents' house. It was like that, really tall guy. Had a bunch going on. But I think those were, could be used for like home servers or something, which would make sense for my uncle. He actually taught electronics computer classes at one point. He was always working on them. We got a tall boy gateway. I've got a short one of them. It's just got the two up here, and they're moved down. That was a good computer. I used that quite a bit too. Ooh, performance. Mine had numbers on it. It didn't say performance. The knobless. Our school had a bunch of knobless computers too. Nobless? Maybe I'm spelling that wrong. Nobles? No. Huh. I don't remember. It had like a little square logo with the name in it. I could have sworn it started with an N. But I don't remember what it was. Let's see, Nobless. Well, darn, now that's bugging me. I don't remember what it was called. But it had a Pentium 2 processor. I think I might still have it. All this stuff got thrown in a closet in a room that's been kind of sealed up at my parents' place. So, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what all's out there anymore. But, yeah, that was a good one, too. What else did I have? E-machines. Then I got a laptop later with Windows 7. I loved Windows 7. I thought that was the best OS. XP was great, but 7 was like top tier. I really liked 7. Really, this is 11. Honestly, it hasn't been too bad to use. I haven't had too many issues with 11. My other PC has 10. What's your favorite original OG video to watch back in the day? Mine was Dancing Baby. Here's the problem. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of YouTube videos growing up. Our dial-up internet was so bad that my friends would tell me, oh, did you see this video, this video, this video? I'd write those down. I'd go home, And this would have been at least junior high, so that probably would have been about right for YouTube, being big. But I only got to watch a small number because I would bring up a bunch of tabs like we're doing now, go to bed, wake up in the morning. You might have one video that loaded all the way, one that loaded halfway, one that didn't load at all, two that crashed, and then a third of another one. So I was like, I didn't get to always watch them. Sneezing Panda, the Dancing Baby. Yeah, I didn't get to watch a whole lot of OG. I was around. I watched some stuff, but I didn't really watch a whole lot of it when it came out, which really stunk. As much as I was into computers, I wish we would have had better internet growing up. But Sneezing Panda. I just don't have a good answer for you. Like, man, I'm trying to think that far back, too. Because there's been so much ever since TikTok came out and kind of took over. It's like your brain only has so much space for memory, and all this dumb stuff comes in, and some stuff just has to leave to make room for the new stuff. It's kind of fuzzy what all I watched. I do remember playing RuneScape. Played RuneScape a lot. Well, a lot. Well, some. There's another game I tried playing with my friends. It was Tremulous. It was kind of an alien versus human thing. Yeah, that's it. Oh, Charlie bit my finger. Yeah, that one I have seen. Yeah, that is a good one. That is a good one. Yeah, Tremulous. That's what we used to play. Because it was a free download. I think my friend actually... that one was a classic. Yeah, it was. Oops. I don't remember when that came out. I remember playing that on that gateway, though. ...2006 is when it came out. Okay, it was in Quake 3. No wonder that computer could run it. Alright. But my ping was always, like, maxed out. Very rarely. There were only certain maps that I could even play on because any of the other ones just wouldn't load with my computer. I gotta do a stream on that. Is it still up? Is it view on GitHub? It's still up? Free open source game? Peanut butter jelly time? Yep. That one I do remember. That one I did see. We couldn't... Oh, gosh. On the bus one year for a field trip. I don't remember where we were going. I think it was a park. I think it was Pierre Marquette. I think it was on that trip. Someone had speakers plugged into their cassette player or something, and they were playing that all over it. I don't think they had Hello Words, but I think they were. But they were blasting that, and there were a few other songs that they. What's that? Banana Phone. Does anyone remember Banana Phone? That was another one they did. I don't want to play it. That might get I'm not trying to get us kicked off here. But that was another song that they played a lot. They sung a lot. Can I make a small request? Can you play Sneezing Panda for 10-second video? Yeah, we can do that. Is that first one Apple computer in the background? Is that one of the first Apple computers in the background? Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. What are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about my TV? Is that what we're looking at? That guy is I could probably bring the video up and get you a better shot of it. It's a General Electric 1985, and it actually does have computer hookups for it as a monitor. I don't know what computer it's supposed to get into, but it was the first TV, what computer is supposed to hook up to it. But that was my first TV I had in my bedroom. Well, no, I had a black and white one, but I could never get a signal out of it, and it wasn't very good. But that was my first color TV, and I got it at an auction for $1. No one bid against me on it. It's from like 1985, I think. Hold on a sec. Nope. That's my new General Electric TV. That's from like 1960. We've been working on trying to get going. I still need to order some tubes for that. Maybe I need to go. Hold on. I can show you a better picture of that. Computers in 1985. Oh yeah, computers have been around for a long time, really. We had a Commodore 64. I've got the. Hold on. This I own this house. I have all sorts of things everywhere. It's hard for me to throw anything away. No. Yeah. No, I can't get it out. The Atari 2600's in the way. Yeah. There's a refurbished by Commodore. We got a year on it? No, I don't see a year, but here's my oh shoot. Hold on. I don't know what you're looking at. Here's my Commodore 64. We had 2 of these keyboards around and a couple disk drives. I don't have one here, and I'm actually missing the power supply. All that stuff's out at my parents' place yet, but this made it in for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, that's a whole Commodore 64 refurbished by Commodore stamped on the bottom. Kind of cool. Oh, I've got Hot Wheels toys, and man, we could be here for the rest of the night going through the room, what all's in here. We'll bring stuff up as it comes up, because I didn't throw much away. There's stuff out at my parents' place. There's old toys and stuff that just got thrown upstairs and forgotten about. We've got content for days. $1, that was a steal. Yeah, it really was. There was another TV I got for $1. It was a bigger one, and it was an Emerson, and it worked good for a while. Except it started getting to where it would change colors. The whole screen would go blue or green or red, and you have to hit the thing on the side to get it to change back to the normal color. So I had this old wooden cane I kept next to my bed. And anytime that TV wasn't too far from me, but anytime it would it'd mess up, I just grab that cane and give that thing a whack on the side a couple times until the color went back right. Oh, let me see if I can bring up, because man, are these auctions still going on? I mean, sadly, the decline in in-person auctions has been very high. They've all gone to internet bidding, which is just not as much fun. I loved going to auctions growing up. My uncle owned an auction business, so my dad used to help him with, you gotta have someone hold stuff up and whatnot, group stuff together real quick and trying to make a sale. So Dad would do that stuff. But I was always going to auctions growing up, and Dad would be like, you're here, you find something you like, we'll see if we can get it. Sometimes we could get stuff cheap, and sometimes it went for too much money. I remember I tried getting a Rob robot for the NES we had, and I think it brought like $30 or something, and Dad was like, no, that's too much. All right, yeah, that's fine. It was like, looking at Rob now, that's probably wasn't a bad buy, but you never know what shape stuff's in either, because I bought a lot of stuff, and it's like old kids' old toys and stuff, and sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes the batteries were corroded, and I had a lot of stuff to play with, but some of it wasn't always the nicest stuff. But I didn't care. Sometimes it was fun to try and fix it. GETV. I'm still trying to get to this. Part 2. That's probably the better one. Part 2. Yeah. Let me bring up the video. How do I do that? Here we go. Bring this over. Can I not see my chat? No, thank you. So sad. Oh, about the Rob robot. Here's the video I got on that TV. I don't even know what I'm saying. Yeah, I got a converter box hooked into it. That was something that was around here too. Remember converter boxes? They give you a coupon like $30 off. Oh shoot, it's muted and the music's on and I'm not doing a great job at hosting this. Hold on. I'm failing. But there it is working.
I think my white pixeling is more the converter box.
I did end up having an issue with it. Yeah, they got YouTube videos on TV now. They got a whole channel dedicated to playing like, silly animals and YouTube fail compilations and stuff. Let me see if I takes you back. That's good. That's kind of what the whole. Look at the size difference between that one, that little guy, and how big that 36-inch is.
I wanted that one. It's got like the picture-in-picture in it and everything. It's a fancy TV. It weighs like a.
Do I look at the back in this video? I guess not. No. I wanted to show off the back of it.
I can't get both in shot without getting way far back.
Hold on a sec. There's another video.
So yeah, we'll mess with that next a little bit.
Um.
I'm just doing these one-off videos just because I'm playing with them, and I know there's a certain amount of interest in older electronics, seeing if they start up and work.
Here, maybe this one. Maybe I show it in this one. Because I can't really drag you guys over there, and I can't pick that up to pull it over here the way my back is.
Today we're going to be messing with an old GE.
Here's a better look at it.
Wow, that needs a good cleaning, but I think the tube's okay. General Electric computer monitor television.
I should have went with this one first. Sorry, guys.
Now, the power button got pushed on it, and this one always had a finicky power button.
Yeah, that power button. That was always a pain. You had to plug that thing into the wall. I eventually got a like a power line. Went out to a box with a flip switch on it, and you could plug the TV into it. So I just used that for turning it on and off.
Which really stinks. And then that's your volume control. And this one's a little bit different.
Yeah, look at these connectors on the back. Because I don't. Yeah, it being stainless steel is different.
It's kind of different. Normally you see a wood grain on these type of TVs. You come around to the back here, she needs a good clean.
But look at all these ports.
All these extra ports.
It did not focus at all.
Focus on them.
Yeah, look at that. Look at all the different ports for the computers. Did it come with... No, it did not have a remote control. Those knobs on the front, that's all you had on those. Some TVs did have the knobs and they had a remote control. And they actually had like a little motor in there that would actually physically turn the knob when you pushed to change the channel. But no, this one was strictly a manual, but it did have push buttons so you could hook a computer into it. I'm not sure what computer exactly because I hooked this Commodore 64. I plugged it in. It's got this port on the front that you use for video. And that was the port, right? Yeah, the port. You use for video, and it kind of worked, but it was very fuzzy coming through there, so it wasn't quite right. So I don't know what those are actually for. But, it's just kind of a neat old TV. Any RGB output. No, it wasn't RGB. This is running something else. I think it's more a composite kind of deal. It's more whatever. It's closer to whatever this thing's putting out, but not quite, I don't think, because it's not working. And I've never been able to find. I found the chassis number. I found a Sam's book for it, but I've never found another TV with all of these ports. I posted on a Facebook group too a while back, and nobody really had any information on this part. They recognized the rest of the TV and the chassis number, but they didn't really know what was going on here. Hello, Pups Gaming. Pups. How are you doing? We're just talking about TVs, old electronics, all sorts of stuff. It's just kind of I'm just sitting here yakking. I'm showing off things that I might have nearby, or maybe it's, close enough I could go get. There's a lot more stuff out at my parents' place. A lot more out there. But, yeah. We'll put the music back on. We'll get away from that. Oh, you wanted to look up short for purple. Oh, okay, all right, purple, nice. It's hard to pronounce. Yeah, I get that with. My apologies to anyone who's commenting and coming in. Sometimes your name's hard to read. Sometimes it's just hard for me to pronounce it. Sometimes it's pronounced the way that I don't. My mouth's not going to form that word. Oh, you wanted to look up. Hold on. I had someone want me to look something up. Sneezing Panda, 10-second video. Yeah, we can look that up real quick. I think we can get away with a 10-second video. I don't want to go. I haven't really done much of this type of content. Yeah, this is the tab I want. No, that's across my channel. No, we'll leave that over there in case I need to pull something up. I don't want to lose my music because we'll probably go back to that. Boop, 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 boop. No, that's a really good video too. But Frontline, yeah. What were we sneezing? I can't type with Sneezing Panda? 19 years ago. This has to be the one you're talking about, right? Oh boy. He's like, what's wrong with you? That's pretty good. I guess we could look up some more, but you got to watch the music. I don't want to get a copyright claim on it. Is that the one you were talking about, Words? I know there's a delay between classic. Yeah, that was pretty good. Classic indeed. But I don't know. Is the music too much? Should I just leave it quiet? I don't know if the music's too much or what. Oh, what else? What else we want to go on about? I could sit here and ramble all night. YouTube history right there. Yeah, what did it say it was? 19 years old? 19-year-old upload? 19-year-old upload. Ahmed Masua. You know what? Anytime I find an old channel, 16 years ago was the last time they updated. A lot of times I'll just give them a sub just because it's like, you've been on YouTube long enough. You helped create what we're doing here today. You deserve a sub kind of deal. You like the music? Okay. I thought it'd kind of bring a little bit. I know it's more 80s music and not so much 90s, but it's kind of chill. I just don't want it to, make me hard to hear. I turned my mic down. Am I still peaking it? I noticed. I watched back the stream. Oh gosh, that looks like I'm peaking it pretty bad. I might need to turn it down some more. How's my mic sound to you guys? Question, go ahead. I might have an answer for you. Oh, Play-Doh. Yeah, we had a couple of the sets. You smush it down. I remember we had one that did shapes. Yeah, it had like a little slide thing. You put it in, and it'd come out as like a long tube of like a cross or a square. Or, I think that was the only toy we actually had. Mom would make homemade Play-Doh. Did you know there's a way to make homemade Play-Doh? We used to, a lot of the times, instead of buying it, you'd put food coloring in it to dye it. And it smelled a lot like Play-Doh, too. Do you think they knew back then what YouTube would turn into? I don't know. Because there was a lot of uncertainty with that. You know, you had YouTube. What else was there? I know there were other... what's that other one that was big at the time? Was Yahoo Videos, was that a thing yet? I'm trying to think, because there weren't a whole lot of video hosting sites, from what I remember. I can't think of what the other one was. But, yeah, they might have known they had something there. When it started getting millions of views, they were probably like, yep, we're going to have a moneymaker. But it's like, I don't think competition was super big. And also, people's connection to the internet at first was definitely not fast enough to, look, that was probably a 240. Was that video in 240? I bet it was. Or is it? Oh, it's 480. I watched something a while back, and it was in 240. But it's always kind of neat seeing the older stuff. I think the first one was like at the zoo, me at the zoo. That original video, yeah. 20 years ago. So yeah, Sneezing Panda was like 2 years into it being made, wasn't it? 18 to 20?
One of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really...
It was a 19-second video that started it.
And that's cool.
Isn't that something?
And that's pretty much all there is to say.
That's pretty much all there is to say. That's all I have to say about that. It's like there you go. Me at the zoo. That's right, the zoo video. There's the one that started everything. We wouldn't be doing this without that, It's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's joined in. That's a camera I got for Christmas one year. It was pretty neat. Antenna turner. But yeah, the Play-Doh, you could make your own Play-Doh at home. That's what my mom did. She did buy us some cups, but once she found out, oh, you can make this stuff, Yep, it was broadcast yourself. And it used to have a 5-star rating, too. I do remember that, because you'd have rate 5 on everything. Used to have annotations. I miss annotations. I started putting videos up in 06. 2016. 2016 was when I started putting videos up. Not 06. I think my channel's been around since 11 or 12 or somewhere in there, but I've definitely been into YouTube before then, but it's like I said, having dial-up internet and YouTube, it didn't work out very well for me. But my grandparents here at their house, they had a Windows XP compact Presario. I remember when we went up to get that, we were with my grandma. We went up to a big city and brought that back and set it up for her. And that was pretty cool because she had DSL in here, so we had decent internet. I could come in here, and that would have been like 2008, 2009 when I finally started being able to. I come over here, I could watch YouTube videos and stuff. It was kind of cool. Oh, sorry, I'm I'm yakking. You got something to say? Before Google bought it out, now it's broadcast yourself. Coca-Cola and McDonald's. It was right. Now it's broadcast Coke. Yeah, broadcast Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Yeah, you're right. It's all big corporation stuff now. Well, I mean, you still got little creators on here making videos. You know, I mean, you still got regular people going on it. They just don't get promoted near as much, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, and they make it hard. It's hard to grow on this platform. Well, I've been on here for, what do we say? What's my oldest video? Hold on. I know exactly what my first video was on this channel. I can bring that up real quick. It was at a tractor show. Here we go. April 4th, 2016. This is the video that started my YouTube journey. A Fairbanks Morris 3-cylinder. It's air start. Hold on. Where'd it go? I've got too many tabs open. Where did it go? Wait. Oh, there. Sorry. This was the video that started my channel off. Guy starting a big air-powered Fairbanks engine. Mom had her camera with her. I'm like, give me your camera. We were sitting there watching that at the show. And I'm like, let's record this thing start. And then I was like, and how appropriate I start off my channel with the starting of an engine. Because that's what we do a lot of. We try to get engines running on this channel. But yeah. But yeah, that was 9 years ago. So I've been on here almost 10 years. We're coming up on the 10-year mark. But, you know, it's been, like I was saying, it's a slow grow. But they kept messing around with the subscriber to get monetized. Because I was monetized in like 2016, I think 2017, 2018 rolled around was when they changed it to where you had to have, was it 100 subscribers and like 1,000 hours of watch time, something like that. And I was around 90 subscribers at that point. I'm like, oh, I'll probably reach that. And I reached it, and I got remonetized in, which was like, cool, okay, that's fair. And then they moved it up to 1,000, which is where I think it still is now. And they wanted like 3,000 hours of watch time, and I was like, it may be 200 or 300 subscribers. And I was like, well, I don't think that's going to happen for a while. You know, I kept uploading videos and trying, and then I uploaded one short, and my subscriber count went from like, I think 300 to like 800 in one day. And I can tell you that's short too. Now we're just getting on about me and my YouTube. That wasn't what this was supposed to be about. Well, I guess it's kind of the journey to get here, but I should have saved that for a 10-year anniversary thing, but I guess we're here now. What was that? Oh, I can't play that. It's got copyrighted music in it because it's in a short. Anyway, it was, well, I can mute it. It was a covered bridge. Storm damage. Yeah. August 15th, 2022. My family and I went on a vacation. Cannot play. Make sure it's muted. I put some, I think it was Halloween music over the top of this. Yeah, it's muted. You can't hear that, right? Oop. And it just took off. My channel, it got 500 views, a bunch of comments, and that's when everything just started going good. And then I hit like 800 subscribers and it just plateaued for a while. And then it was like, oh, and I finally kicked my way up to 1,000. And we were like, all right, good. I had already met my, I had already met the other thing, the 3,000 hours of watch time. But something I failed to do. Oh yeah, there's nobody viewing. I had a feeling that would ruin the stream. Oh, there it went. Oh well, I'll keep yakking. Someone will come in. But anyway, yeah. So someone might be watching in the future too. Doubtful, very doubtful. And if you are, hello. How's your day going? Yeah. So anyway, that was kind of my YouTube journey, but it's kind of hard to grow on this platform. I upload daily. I am so thankful for you guys for subscribing at all, because shoot, I would have gave up. Honestly, I was when they changed that again to 1,000 subscribers, and I was like, is it even worth me going forward? Is it worth putting all this extra time on top of my projects to film them and show them off and try and teach someone something? I think yes, because I've documented some oddball stuff that, there really aren't too many videos in depth on YouTube or on the internet at all. So I think this has all been worth my time. And honestly, it has made a little chunk of money, not a whole lot, but it has helped fund some of the projects. It's helped, make some better content videos, I hope. It at least got me a somewhat decent camera. GoPros aren't all they're cracked up to be, I'll tell you. But yeah, I want to... Let's see here. Where are we at? Probably can't show that. That's probably got my things YouTube doesn't want me to show. Yeah. But anyway, what are we at subscriber-wise? We're at like 2,600 is what we were. Or 2,600. 6,956. We're almost at 7,000 subscribers, and I thank all of you for that. That's awesome. But it's definitely favorite Windows OS. Now, it's got to be 7. It's got to be 7. If I had to pick one to use all the time, it would be 7. I loved XP, don't get me wrong, but 7 came out and it just did everything so much better. I liked the search bar. It had a search bar on it. XP had a search bar. No, it didn't. XP didn't have a search bar, did it? It had a little tab for all programs. It had the search bar right there, much like this. This has a search bar where you can type stuff in real quick. I don't know. I learned 7 really well. I liked it. I hated 8. 8 was awful. What were they doing with 8? Windows 8 was garbage. I bought a laptop because I was in college at the time. I was going for Cisco networking, computer help desk, and electronics. That thing I built is in here. So there it is for my electronics class. And I never got to do the other half of this, but he gave us a little breadboard. This is an amplifier. We had to solder everything together. So, never did put power to it, actually. We tested it at college. We ran a test through it, but I never really had a use for this thing. I don't even remember what the values were. It was supposed to be like a speaker amplifier. And then they had us make a little, what do you call it? Traffic light on a breadboard, too. I think the fact that 8 sucked so hard made 7 even more legendary. Yeah, I agree. 8 was not a good program. But anyway, back to... I bought a cheap Walmart HP laptop with Windows 8 on it. And that thing was so slow to run Windows 8. And then when 10 came out, because they skipped 9. They always do that. But when 10 came out, they had a free upgrade. So I downloaded that upgrade to 10 thinking, oh, maybe that is a little more streamlined. Maybe it'll run better. Nope. The computer, I would click the start bar, and you had to wait like 3 minutes for the start bar to even come up. So that computer could not handle 10 at all, even though Windows was trying to force everyone to upgrade to 10. So I ended up doing a system restore back and getting Windows 8 back on it, and I never really used that computer much. I gave it to one of my friends because they needed a laptop for something, and I'm like, you can have it. It's not very good, but it might do. They were going to school, and I'm like, it might do what you need it to do. And I think it did. But no, Windows 8 was so bad. Yeah, they had to come out with 8.1. Yeah, I think they did do, because weren't they originally, when 8 first came out, wasn't it mostly just the that phone style operating system with all the apps, and then you actually had to push the Windows key to go into a desktop, like it was that way by default. And that just wasn't a good idea. I didn't like that at all. In some situations, I could see it being good. Like, if you were using it for, like, a home media center or something, I guess that'd be okay, where you're just going to click into your Netflix or whatever off the main tab, like you would a console. But other than that, I never really saw much use for 8. I didn't care much for it. Y'all remember Windows XP? Yes, XP was awesome. I had a picture up here earlier of the XP computer I had. We had e-machines. It had this exact background to it. Let's see here. Our XP machine. That was a Dell computer. I still got that computer, but the hard drive went out. That was really good. Yeah, this was that. I think we had that keyboard. We definitely had those speakers. I don't know if we had that style keyboard. I think my mom's came with that style. No, that was an AMD version. Ours had a Pentium D in it, Celeron D. But yeah, that's exactly what we had, though. Vista's underrated. I bought it. Actually, it's in here somewhere. The install disc for Vista at a yard sale. Someone was, I think I gave like 25 cents for it or something. I think they thought it was pretty garbage too. That's why I picked it up. I'm like, I've never messed with Vista, so I installed it on a computer and it ran okay. I didn't think it was that great. It felt like XP, but with more bloated, I guess, or either a stepped down 7 or a bloated XP is about the best description I have for it. They had all these widgets and stuff they were trying to push, and 7 did it so much better. Because I remember having like a weather widget, and there was something else I had on there, but I remember I had the weather one. I think maybe it was a CPU performance one or something. Popped up on the screen all the time so I could watch those, see what the weather was going to be. Still have your Half-Life copy from 1999? Cool. I never had Half-Life growing up. We had, first-person shooter-wise, we had Star Trek Elite Force, the first one. I'm trying to think what other shooters we had that was Half-Life-ish. I never had Half-Life. One of my friends, I never got to play that. One of my friends got the orange box when that came out, and he couldn't get Team Fortress 2 to work. So he gave it to me to see because I had a more powerful computer than him. He's like, here, you try this and see if you can get it to work on your computer. So I tried it, and I couldn't get it to work on my computer either. So I don't remember what was up with that. I think he ended up getting a new computer, and it ran Team Fortress 2. That was a game that I never actually got to play. Not until later. Doom. I think we had Doom 64 I know we had Turok, that dinosaur hunter one that's kind of Doom-like. I think Doom 64 was in here for a while. But yeah, I never had Doom. I downloaded Duke Nukem 3D when we had it. Once we got internet, that was probably 05, 06, somewhere in there. Getting internet going into that. But I downloaded Duke Nukem 3D. I might have played Doom a little bit. But it's kind of hard to... You got Doom and you got Duke 3D. It's like, which one's the better shooter? That could be an argument there. But yeah, Doom. I have played Doom since. It is fun. Come in on the floppy disks. Got a bunch of floppy disks. I keep what? That's about the third time I said floppy disk. I know I've got one on this desk somewhere. I've got a bunch of stuff on this desk. Well, maybe not. Maybe it disappeared. Okay. I guess I don't have a floppy disk. I've got a CD case. Remember the CD cases? This has a bunch of... There's a bunch of shorts on the channel. This has a bunch of Doctor Who's and stuff that my uncle burned off with his TiVo. Doctor Who, Star Trek 3, Explorers, Mad TV, D&D movie. But yeah. You got that. You got VHS tapes. You know, I've just got stuff all over in this room. I'm Kids Soft. This was a Club Kids Soft. I wanted to do a video on these things. They were like a giant magazine you could get that had like the latest games that were coming out. They were more like an edutainment added, you know, like, I'm trying to think of, does it say what it has? Oh, yeah. Like Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise, Kid Picks, Putt Putt Golf Pack, or Putt Putt Fun Pack, Reader Rabbit, Word Muncher, Carmen Sandiego. You know, it'd have demos for that stuff in these kid soft ones. That was always kind of fun getting demo discs. I used to get that Maximum PC. That would have been in junior high school. Maximum PC magazine, and that would always come with a CD with like demos and all sorts of stuff, benchmark stuff, and that was fun. Oh, sorry. I missed games back then. I missed games back then, since now it's just pointless grind. Yeah, there's a lot of grinding. I mean, even in older games, there's a lot of grinding. We were playing Simon's Quest the other day, and that was a lot of pointless grinding, trying to save up enough hearts to go buy something. But I don't have any of those, but I learned about them through AVGN. Oh, yeah, I love AVGN. I've been watching him. Long time watcher. When did he make... Well, no, his first video for Simon's Quest came out, I think in 2004, 5, I think was when his first Simon's Quest, because it wasn't on YouTube, I don't think. I think there was a Channel Awesome. Is that the one that did it? Still a thing. I mean, he still makes videos. I love watching his stuff. My brother and me watch him. If you ever watched his, I don't remember if it was angry emails or angry comments, one where he's reacting to that. It's so funny. I remember the first time I saw that, because I don't even think it was on his main channel. I think it was on like a B channel. Reads fan mail in response to email. Hilarious fan mails. No, it was older than that. Yeah, Mailbag 1. Go watch that one. I'm not going to do that. That was 13 years ago. Mailbag number 1. That one was, I remember it being so funny. Yeah, that's an older video that might be lost to time, to newer fans, but that one's definitely worth your time. I don't know what I can get away with on YouTube with the copyright stuff. I don't want to get my channel dinged by watching someone else's video. I don't know what I can get away with. Pictures I figure are okay, and short clips, but we're not going to sit through a whole video. I know I watch a lot of people react to other stuff, but I'm always like, I don't know. I got a good thing going with this channel. I don't want to mess it up, I did that once before, and that was a mistake. I was making those Simpsons shorts. I was using clips and cutting them up and making funny shorts out of them. That really grew the channel. People really enjoyed that. And then I got hit with copyright stuff real heavy, and I got banned for like 3 months from being monetized. And I'm like, not doing that anymore, huh? Have to look into it? Yeah, I recommend it. It was, from what I remember, I couldn't stop laughing at it. But then again, that was closer to when it came out. What did we say, 16 years ago? 13 years ago? We were just kind of going down a list, and I'm diverting off of that. Or if anyone has anything to bring up. What Nintendo did I own? Okay, here we go. Started off with a NES, and that's all we had until, gosh, when did the GameCubes get cheap? That's how much of a gap we had. For us, actually, me and my brother actually owning a console, it was a NES. No, I take that back. It was a NES. It was a ColecoVision. We stepped backwards. It might not be in here. It might be in the other room. Oh, yeah. I think it's still in the other room. We had a NES. We had a ColecoVision. Then we got a ColecoVision, which is older. That's the one the AVGN goes, what were they thinking on the power supply? That's the one. Well, I'm getting to that. Yeah, this meme here, that one there, the what were they thinking with the oversized power supply, that's the ColecoVision. We had that one. Now, getting to the SNES, my grandparents, this is my grandparents' house. I bought it when they passed away. We're actually sitting in what was the game room. It's a mess. But my uncle did up the walls. There's like a beholder up there. There's like feet prints on the ceiling. You got a whole guy over there and like a door open. It's like a whole dungeon theme going on. You got a wizard over there. There's writing above the doors. I think that's supposed to be a spider, or maybe they started drawing something messed up and just made a big hole in the wall. I'm still not 100% sure what was going on with that. But so anyway, all the stuff, my uncle would buy all these consoles. Anytime a new console came out, he'd buy it, and it would be right over there, and sometimes stuff would sit right there. And we had 2 TVs in here and switch boxes. I should have grabbed one of those. That you could push buttons. Eventually we got those. Before, we had to climb behind the TV. We used to have one of those big wooden console TVs in here. But before that, it was in the other room. But anyway, it was in the dining room. But everyone got tired of all the kids crowding around. By the time we got the N64 in here, was when they decided, let's move the TV in here. That way the adults can have the dining room and all the kids can have their own room, kind of deal. Because my uncle had moved out of here by then. So that's kind of what happened there. But anyway, love that. Yeah, but so we had in here we had a NES, a SNES, a Dreamcast, an N64, a GameCube, a Wii, a PS2. There was a PS3 that was in the living room mainly for a Blu-ray player. I think that was it. I think it was 8 different consoles in this house. And my uncle was the cool uncle that would buy all the cool stuff for the grandkids, you know. So he was kind of like, it gives us something to do because it was a big family. You know, there were 5 in the immediate family and they all had kids. So my grandparents, they could watch us. There was a bed in this room if we needed to spend the night or something. Give our parents a break from us. You know, so it all worked out really good. But, you know, we'd always get kept busy. So, yeah, we at home, we mainly played on the PC. We were more computer-based. But we had a NES. And then eventually we got a GameCube when those went on sale for like $30 at GameStop. They had them for $30, $29.99 or something like that at GameStop. And my brother and me are looking at each other like, we're pooling our money. We're going to buy that. We bought that and we bought one game? Two games. We bought 2 games. We bought Crazy Taxi for the GameCube because we had it on the Dreamcast in here, and we're like, oh, cool, we want to play that at home, because that was a lot of fun. So, we bought Crazy Taxi for the GameCube, and we bought Simpsons, Hit and Run, the one that's like GTA. We bought that. And those are the two games we had for quite a while, until one of our birthdays came up. We got some money, so we went back to GameStop and bought some more stuff. But those were like the first 2 games we had for it. And then we borrowed stuff from here. It had Luigi's Mansion, the Zelda Collector's Edition. It had Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. I think it had 1 and 2 on it. And a demo for Wind Waker. Never did play Wind Waker. Sorry. Do you have NES game that was Mount Everest? Do you have a NES game that was Mount Everest that you have never beat? That was Mount Everest. Oh, you mean it was super hard to beat? A lot of them, actually. I wasn't very good at playing the NES. My brother was. I mean, like Ghost and Goblins. That one I never beat. I don't think my brother... Well, he probably has now, but I don't think... He got pretty far into it, I remember. I don't think he ever beat it. What else did we have? Oh, Dungeon Magic. We had that one. It took us forever to figure out what to do on that game. It was like a first-person... hold on. Actually, we could download it and I can show you. I'm in charge of the live stream. I can do what I want. Sort of the Elements. There we go. This would probably be the hardest one that we figured out how to beat. We had Zelda 2 and Zelda 1. Those were both great. We loved those. Me and my brother both loved both the Zelda games. But we're not going to get deep into this game. I just want to show it off. As long as it works. Uh-oh, I'm looking away. So this was one of the Mount Everest games that we could never beat. I'm trying to figure this one out. Oh, I turned my thing. But it's a first person... It's a first person done... It's a really neat idea for the NES. You know, it's like an open world adventure. And you can talk to people. From each of the 5 wizards, you learn a new spell. But I remember we would get out of town and we'd find a snake. Hold on. Let me see if I can leave town real quick. We would find a snake and die to it, like almost immediately. Ah, there it is! There it is! See, and then you attack it. But normally it would poison you, or your health would go down so much. And then you die. See? That's normally what would happen. Your life is over. Friday the 13th? Hold on. I beat everything except Golo 13. That was my only one game I could not. I've never heard of Golo 13. I thought I saw 13. My brain went Friday the 13th. No, I've never. Hold on. Golo. Is that a NES game? Top secret. Ah. No, I've never even heard of that one. Golo 13, top secret. No. Well, give us a minute. We'll have a look at it. We'll check it out. Thing redirecting me. I don't want that. I just want to hit the download button. No. Download ROM. There you go. Well, it might take a minute here. Does everyone start? There it goes. Now it's doing the thing. Yeah, I've never heard of Golo. We'll take a look at it. File. Oh, well, we wanted to close it, I guess. Pretty neat intro. It was from a Japanese anime I rented from my local video store. It owned me? Uh-oh. Gonna say, how do you get emulators to work, but I don't want to get in trouble showing off where to get ROMs. Yeah, well, yeah. It's pretty straight. You just download the zip file. You just go to a... Hypothetically speaking, you would go to a website like this. You got to watch what you click on because they like to. You can go to something like WoW ROMs or something. Hit the green button. It'll download. Watch out because they're always trying to get you to download other stuff you don't want. They're really bad about that. If you download an emulator like Nestopia, you just open it and it'll be a zip file, and you just click on that and it'll hit open and it'll bring it up. It's not super complicated. That's probably one of the... Now, if you're trying to put mods, trying to mod a ROM, that can get a little more tricky depending on what you're doing. Sometimes they're simple and sometimes they're really difficult. Some of the Mario 64 ROM hacks I've tried to do have been they fought me. I've had to be here for hours before the stream trying to get this thing to work, you know. I don't know, we'll give this a try. See how far I can get on. I'll shut that music off. Hold on. I want to shut the music off. I don't know where we are with them. I've got so many tabs open. It's just like how my brain works. They're all open. I don't know which one's playing music. First thing I did was emulate a PS3 game on the PC and it crashed after. Yeah, PS3 is going to be a little harder to emulate. It's... The newest I do is PS2 stuff, GameCube. Dolphin's a good one for GameCube emulation. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to press this. Okay. I'm Maria Lovelet, agent for the Fixer. What can I do for you? Our people on the chopper case have vanished. Someone shot the copter down, but a message. But a message the group. Oh, but a message the group left behind said it wasn't you. Apparently, someone planned to pin the explosion on you. We've gotten our hands on some... boy, that text is just here, there, and too close together. hands on a report from a man who calls himself Condor. This report has information on where the vaccine is. Because Condor knew this, it seems someone tried to kill him for it, I guess is what he said. Condor someplace in Berlin. You ever own a Wii? There was one at my grandparents' house. I guess I own one now, because when they split up all the stuff, everybody wanted the N64 after my grandparents passed away. So we let the youngest cousins have the N64. I ended up getting the Wii, the PS2, and the GameCube, because I was supposed to just get the Wii, but nobody took the other two, and they stayed with the house when I bought it. So I'm like, okay, cool. I kind of loved we already had a PS2, but I had such a love for that PS2. It's one of the fat models, one of the early ones. And I'm like, I'm so glad I got that. All right, let's give this game a try. We didn't have a whole lot of games for the Wii, so we got a jump and a kick and a really high jump. Oh, shoot. Potsdam Station. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know what I was supposed to do there, but alright. Love the thousands consoles. Yeah, PS2 had so many good games. I had a PS1 for a little bit. They say he ain't going to attack me. Whoa, that guy will. Kick him, kick him. Oh, you can shoot? How do you shoot? Oh, up to shoot. Gotcha. I only have 3 bullets left. Whoa. Oh, wow. What happened? Oh, this is a first-person game, kind of. Well, we cleared that. I don't know what the... Okay. Oh, can I duck? Can I duck and shoot? No, I can't. I can't duck and shoot. I guess I just have to dodge until... The music's really good. Like, it's pretty good. Like, got him. What am I doing? Ah, we died. Grand Theft Manual. Grand Theft 6 Auto. Grand Theft Auto 6. No. Fat 2's the only one to own. Well, we had found it at a yard sale. I think the guy wanted $30. I bought it for my brother for his birthday present. It was a flea market. It wasn't a yard sale. It was a flea, same thing, but same but different. But anyway, a bunch of yard sales put together. But we ended up buying. I found that, and I'm like, my brother's around, and I'm like, how do I keep this a secret from him? So I, I'm like, I tell Mom, hey, take him over there. I'm going to buy something for him. So, okay, because he's so hard to shop for. So I hid it in a bag and threw it back in the car. But I did keep it a secret from him. I ended up having to buy a power brick and a cable for the connector. Well, no, I think I just needed a power supply because it was missing. I had a cable. Because the one from the PS1 would work in the PS2. It was the same adapter cable. So we upgraded from PS1 to 2, which will also play PS1 games. But his was a slim model. And it would get hot with, like, Gran Turismo 4. I played that one quite a bit. It would get very hot. It didn't have cooling fans in it like the big guy did. Had the rear PS3. It played PS2 games. Not how many of those existed back then, but when it broke, I heard that they had a high failure rate. As cool as that was, when I got a PS3, I was trying to find one that was one of the early ones, but I couldn't find one. So I ended up just buying one of the standard fat models. It had kind of a matte finish on the top. I don't know what version it was. My brother still has that. I gave it to him when I got a PS4. PS3 models. Yeah, okay, so it was the middle one I had. Yeah, I had the middle one with the kind of matte finish on it. That piano black is not very good. That shiny black, it just gets dusty and it scratches real easy when you go to clean it. That's the same problem with the PS4. I think my PS4 is over there. I don't even know where. Oh, it's right here. My PS4 is sitting right here. It gets all dusty and look at all the scratches on it. Like piano finish just is not where it's at. I don't even know if you can see that, but it's like all scratched up just from wiping dust and stuff off of it. You had the top one. Yeah, that's the OG. That's the big one. Yeah, the OG is the big one. No, I was talking about the PS2. We had the Slim. My brother had the Slim PS2. Yeah. See, you had. Oh yeah, we had an iToy in here too. That was fun. There's a ceiling fan in here. You point the camera at the ceiling fan, and it would. You could win the games pretty easily that way. Some of those you're like standing here and you're whacking guys that are running out at you, and you can just point that at the ceiling fan. And they just pop and win the game real easy. So have your the box for your PS3 system. Don't know why. Yeah, the PS2 box is upstairs. I don't know I think the Wii one might be too, but I know the NES one was. The one person that got the NES took that, and I think the SNES one was too. So we kind of kept. My grandparents were bad about that. The attic was filled with boxes that were either empty or they had they got a new crock pot, and the old crock pot was in the box for the new one they got. It's like a lot of those boxes had the old thing that they replaced in there, or they were just empty boxes. I don't know why. Well, I kind of get why they did that. When you grow up really poor, it's like you just hold on to everything, and I get that. But it's like, I understand. It just was a pain to clean out. I'm glad there was a window up in that attic. I was able to just throw stuff out the window. I threw so much stuff out. There's still a lot up there, but yeah, it's nice to keep stuff for the memories too. I guess I could try it. Whoa. That's way too loud. I bumped the thing up. Helicopter explodes. Okay, what are we supposed to do? PlayStation Underground tester, they'd send me demos. Oh, really? Because there's a couple of those demo discs around here. Cool. Send you demos and controllers before they transition to PlayStation Plus. Everything was online. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. Is that Sonic's 1222? That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know where they are. There was like a jam pack one, and I think there was a couple others. Hold on. Let me go grab the PS1 discs, because I'm pretty sure I just have everything in my grasp that we talk about, don't I? This is the problem when you don't throw anything away. Oh, what did we have for PlayStation games? This would be all of them. I don't think anyone took any PlayStation games. No, there might be a few missing. Someone might have took something. We'll go over those real quick, I guess. Speed Racer. I think that's that's a PS1 game. It's got the black disc. Speed Racer. Empty case. Oh yeah, I wanted to bring up something on the computer that I was going to bring. Crash Bandicoot 2. No, I never got very far in that one. I played this one a lot. Motocross Mania. I liked that one. Here we go. Underground Jam Pack. There it is. Had all the demos and stuff. Winter 2000 was this one. But I remember us playing some of the demos on this quite a bit. I think we had another one too. What's this guy? DVD player for the PS2, so you could use it as a DVD player. I guess you had to put a... I guess it didn't do it out of the box, huh? I guess you had to get a upgrade for it to run DVDs. Is that right? Because the controller for it... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here it is. Because you got the controller for it. Oop, whoop, 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 whoop. Where you at? Actually, a PS2 controller for the DVD stuff. I need to get a better camera for doing this. And we had this... There's the dongle for it, for the infrared. Then we had this breakout... what is this? Interact. That would give you 4 players, but we could never get it to work. Supposedly, Gran Turismo 3 was supposed to work on this, but we could never get it to work. We always wanted to try 4-player. You know, I messed around with this thing a bunch, and I could never get it to work on anything. I don't know if it needed its own disc to work or what, but... yeah, that was kind of a different dongle. And we had Intellivision Classic games that had like Pong and Pinball, Asteroids, Armor Battle, Astro Smash, Space Armada, a bunch of older games. Activision Classics. Dino Crisis 2. I think Dino Crisis 1 we have at our house. I think my brother's got that one. Dino Crisis was fun. I liked both the Dino Crisis games. Sheep. Sheep was a weird game. You're basically herding sheep, and aliens are trying to steal them. That's about all I remember of it. But it was not the easiest game. We tried on that. Spyro. Spyro was fun. I liked Spyro. I wasn't very good at Spyro, but I did enjoy playing that one. And then Oddworld Odyssey and Abe's Oddworld, both the Oddworld games. Abe's Exodus. And they were okay. I thought they were a little weird, to be honest, but those were all the PlayStation 1 games we had in here. Well, no, there were definitely more throughout the years, but those are the ones I still have here. And try not to mess anything up. Then we move on to... Ooh, that's a computer. That's a computer. Oh, yeah. Here's another computer I got. I just have... there's so much stuff in this room. This was a laptop. I bought it for $1 at an auction. This is a compact Presario, or a compact Elite 440CX. It's got a mouse up here. It ran Windows 95. And the battery actually held a charge when I got it, but that was years ago. the hard drive has since died on it. But look at the little screen. You got a rollerball mouse. So basically you put your thumb there and then your clickers are on the back. I always kind of like that setup for the mouse. You got the full keyboard there. And tiny little screen on it. But the only downside to this one was it was strictly a floppy disk. So you couldn't really run... If I was always trying to put games on this, but it was so hard to copy anything onto a floppy disk and then onto this, because this didn't have a whole lot of memory to start with. Then I got my grandparents' old Toshiba. I think it was a Windows 98 machine. It's having power issues as well. It will come on, but it won't stay on very long. It's a Trekka Toshiba laptop. They used this one when they traveled. I don't know where the GPS thing is, but they had this GPS dongle thing that you'd plug in through a serial port onto this. And I've got the software to run it. I wanted to do a video on that. Fun fact, this will fit in the center console of my 96 Dodge Ram. The center console is cut out so this could fit down into it. Which is kind of cool. But they, let me see if I can find that real quick. I know this stream is so all over the place. This is, I don't know, are you guys having, oh, well, you guys having fun? You rock, dude? Well, thank you. Oh gosh, I've gone so long. I'm behind on chat. Still out the box. Okay. Grew up with. Okay, hold on. Had top one. Sorry guys. I was PlayStation Underground. Okay, we got that one. I grew up with SNES, Genesis, DS. Nice. Xbox Series S, PS5, Steam Deck. Sounds like you ticked off every checkbox on there too, huh? Worked at Toys R Us. That's how they made me a tester. Awesome. That's really cool. That they found out, oh yeah, this guy likes playing games. Yeah, we'll send him some stuff. That's really cool, man. Hello, Misery FPS. Well, thank you. You remember those box monitors from the XP era? That's what I remember using as a kid. Yes. I only have a couple box monitors around. I kept the nicer one for that Passario my grandparents had. It was a flat screen CRT. So I still got that one, and I've got, I think, an AT. My brother's using an AT&T one. AT&T. I don't think it was built by AT&T, but it's got that. That's the only logo on it. And then what else? I think I've got an old IBM monitor out there too. But we kind of got rid of the CRTs just because they were becoming e-waste and they were starting to get hard to get rid of. They started getting to where you had to pay to get rid of CRT stuff, and we were like, let's just pile up all this stuff, pile up all the old TVs. We were taking in other people's TVs to get rid of it for them. Dad still kind of does that for people just because, I don't know why he does it, but we bring it in, and if it's something worth holding on to, we hold on to it. If it's something, if it was something like that General Electric we've been working on the live streams, that 1960 black and white model, which I still need to order tubes. I've been off work. My back got messed up, and I'm still trying to get that all figured out before I go doing too much else. I'm trying not to work too hard. I've been on leave. I think we're finally making progress on that. My physical therapist started taking these like body rods and started poking around on my back, and he found a couple hard spots down there, and I'm feeling a lot better, but I still hurt. Anyway, we find a TV like that, or something older. Did you even see what I pointed at? No. A TV like that little guy or something, we'll hold on to it. But if it's like a 80s, 90s TV that's not really worth keeping, it probably gets shipped. Gosh, that's what I was getting to. So exciting. Oh, boy. Okay. You remember those monitors? Okay, all right. About the monitors, yeah. So I've got a few of those around, monitor-wise. What are y'all doing? Is it Cow Puncher? Yeah, Cow Puncher. We're just chatting about the old days. Old days. I say that like we're super old people, but you know, the 2000s, 90s growing up. I just thought it'd be fun to have everyone. I was streaming some NES games the other day, and all these people were getting nostalgic, and I'm like, why don't we just have a all-night nostalgia trip? And I have a bunch of stuff around me that I can just pull for reference. I need to get a better webcam. That's becoming apparent pretty quick. This thing was I was like, I'm going to try the webcam because I wasn't so sure about doing that for live streams. And then I'm like, you know what? Maybe I ought to just buy one and see how it goes. And I think the way we're going, we got 5 people watching. That's pretty cool. But, you know, I think I can invest in a better webcam for you guys. I was trying to get my GoPro to do it, but I can't get the GoPro to connect to the computer. It'd be a really nice picture if that would have worked. It'd be 4K up in here. You really get to see how ugly my face is. Anyway. Okay. That's what we're doing. So I'd answer that question. I grew up with Atari 2600 NES because my parents wouldn't spend money on consoles. NES is a good one to have. Atari 2600 definitely shows its age, but I've got one of those sitting right here too. I've got well, let me unplug it. Oh, shoot. I forgot that's hard attached. I've got a black model, Vader model, I think is what they called these. 2600 sitting here. And then I've got the family. Is that even in picture? There we go. The horrible picture that it is. Yeah. Anyway, I believe it's called a Vader model, but we were playing fast food was the last thing we played on it. But I was using that TV and had it plugged into it. It does work. It needs to be in a better spot than where it is. But I've also got I bought this at an auction. Or a flea market. Tractor show, actually. The guy had this. I got this Atari Game Center that 2600 sits on. The 2600 sits on top of it, and then it'd have like a black case that would sit over top of this. Kind of like an old record player. Those big console record players had the big black, clear, kind of transparent plastic. But this had... Well, there's one of my ColecoVision controllers. What an odd controller that is, huh? You got the joystick at the top and then a whole keypad. They had different, for each game, it had a different thing you could slide in over this so you know what button did what, like different actions and stuff. But you had dual triggers, and this is your joystick. Not the best controller for it. I don't know where the other one is, but I've got one with like a joystick on top and button controllers as fingers. But all the games, and I've got the manuals, I've got those put up somewhere separate, just so they don't get ruined. But for the games, you know, you got like Indy 500. Oh, there it is. We got some AVGN fans. There it is. There's the worst game ever, E.T. Oh, I figure you guys like that. Air Sea Battle, Space Jockey, Basketball, Combat. Like, the box art on these things is really fancy. Like, look at that. Oh, yeah, it's really nice. And then you get into the graphics, and it's like, oh, that's not what the box art looks like, you know. But, okay. How's that look? I guess it's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It works. It works. It's working. I have got to go get a drink, guys. I'm yakking so much. Wow, I've only been looking for an Atari 2600 cartridge game holder. I didn't know it. Yes, they do. That was called the what did we call it? Where did I put it? Okay, Atari Game Center. Let me bring up. That'll be fine. We can do it there. There it is. There's what it looks like. See, it'd have like this translucent top that would cover it, and you can put all your games and manuals. It's got like a cutout to the side for where you can slide your manuals into it. But yeah, played a little ColecoVision too. Yeah, I had one of those. How are the boots doing? You have to get a little more specific on boots. I had scoliosis surgery when I was 15. I have 2 titanium rods in my back. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. One of my friends, she's got that going on too. She's got screws holding her together, and right now it's been given. I don't know if she wants me talking about that, but it's really been hurting her. They're wondering if the screws are starting to come out, and they're gonna have to do surgery. So I'm kind of worried for her on that. She's been hurting a lot. Yeah. Back pain's not fun. If it was like, if I had like sprung my hand or something, I could still work, you know. But the job I do, I can't just, I can't. I can barely go shopping at the store and be up and push a cart around and get groceries without coming home and needing to lay on the heat pad. It's to that point of hurting. It's like I'm kind of hurting sitting here, but I can do it. Here and laying down in my recliner, I'm okay, but if you get me up and going doing too much, I'm in some pain. But it feels like they're starting to work it out. But I appreciate you guys being worried about it. Okay, so yeah, 2600, didn't know they existed like that. Yes, they do. Have you ever made any 3 or 8-bit games? I know what you're talking about. I have attempted on. Man, it's not even that big a room, and I'm losing things. Oh, well, I can't find. I don't know where I put the Commodore at. Where is it? Where did I put it down at? Did I throw it on the ground? No. Oh, well. Anyway, I attempted to on that Commodore, wherever it went, trying to find a prop, and I can't find the prop. I don't know. Well, there it is. Oh, that hurt. There we go. This guy. I tried to make some Commodore games on this. I had some books that I don't remember if they came with this or I got them in our yard sale. I went to so many yard sales and auctions growing up. It isn't funny. It was like every weekend during the summer. Like almost every Saturday it'd be like, oh yeah, there's this yard sale, there's this auction, yeah, we're going to that. It's like, okay. So, but not every, but a lot. There were a lot of them we'd go to. But I tried. I think I maybe got one game to work out of all of them I ever tried. I remember I got one to work. I feel like it had something to do with a fly swatter. Like you were a fly swatter chasing a bug or something like that. Trying to swat a bug. I feel like it had something to do with that. Probably should organize the room more. Yeah, well, I'm kind of putting stuff down. Yeah, the room is a disaster. I brought all these VHS tapes in. I have piles and piles, containers and containers of VHS tapes just piled in this room. I'll show you. It's a mess. I'm going to judge hard. But that container, that container, that container, that chair, box, they're all VHS tapes. And I've got nowhere to go with them, really. As you can see, the bookshelf is full of books. It's like, well, maybe you can see. Yeah, the bookshelf is full of books, and some of those are up there, and then I brought some of my own stuff. So I like having books on hand. Not that I necessarily read them all the time, but it's nice to have them there if I need them. 90s were the days. Atari 2600 games were like 25 cents each, and NES games were like $2 or $3 at thrift stores. That would be nice. The price of all of them has made emulating even more even more appealing, to be totally honest. Those Atari games, I gave $20 for that. Well, I just showed there the box with the game on it. I bought that, I think, 2018-ish, somewhere in there. So you can still find good deals now and then, or the person didn't know what they had. Or they didn't really care. They just wanted to get rid of it, kind of deal. Love the dungeon wallpaper. It's not wallpaper. It's painted on. My uncle did this. All of this is painted. He was a pretty good artist. He got like a Dungeons and Dragons beholder up there. That's a sticker. The Snoopy on the wall. I don't think he had. I'm like 99% sure that's a sticker. But yeah, this guy over here, you got like a dungeon. Oh shoot, my mic is falling. I really need to get a boom for this mic and get it off my table. But yeah, this was always the game room. My uncle did it up like this just for us to kind of have a cool place. But that whole TV setup, you know, the consoles would be down there, and then we'd have the TV up there. It used to be reversed, where we had one of those big wood console TVs and all the consoles were on top. You know what I'm talking about, the big 90s, 80s, all plastic TV. It's, I don't know, what was it? It was a Zenith. I think that was exactly what it was. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, that TV used to be down there. That exact model of TV is what we had in this room. And then eventually something went out with the picture tube. It got really dark all of a sudden. We turned it on and you could barely see the static. And that's when, it was a System 3. That's what it was. It was a good TV. There's still a hollowed out, it's a little different, in the living room that my grandpa put the 65-inch. I've got one of those 65-inch Vizio 3D TVs that my grandpa bought. Hate that games cost $70 or $80 when back then they cost $50 on Steam. Yeah, I don't like the new pricing. I don't play enough new games. Like if GTA 6 came out or something, I'd probably pay full price and get that. Something big like that, I could see paying a bunch of money for. But a lot of the games, I'm not that hyped up enough to go, unless it's something we could do a video on and there might be some interest. I generally wait for the price to drop or wait for it to go on sale if I'm going to buy something. I've got so many other projects going on that gaming's just not my big, it's not my big thing. It's there, it's one of the things, but I've got other, like I just dropped $2,000 on a 2-post car lift that I'm going to have to modify my shop around to make it work because it's too short. So I've got to build bump outs so I can stand the pillars up, and I can have a 2-post car lift. There's enough space in the middle to get a vehicle up, but it's like, so, I've got to pick my battles on what I want to buy. Back then, games came complete and finished without any bugs. Well, not always without any bugs, but yes, definitely. You actually owned them. That's why I like physical media. I'm not a fan of this digital stuff. I am, to a point. It makes streaming a lot easier. Everything's ready to go. I don't have to go, let me go find, break open my thing and flip open a disc and go, there's that game. Okay, we're going to put that in. We can just click play and go with it. But it has its ups and downs. But yeah, I'd rather just own the physical. I was going to grab a cartridge. I like having props. I just go grab the physical cartridge, plug it in, and play. Is very nice, or disc, or whatever. It is a plus. I gotta go get a drink, guys. My throat is. I've been talking for 2.5 hours straight. I gotta get a drink. Hold on, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I used the bathroom too while I'm gone. Give me a couple minutes, I'll be right back. I will be right back, guys. I forgot to grab my cup. I grabbed something else to show off, and I forgot to grab my cup. Dang it. Okay. All right, we're back. Sorry for the wait. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys what we... Ooh, boy, that doesn't sound good. I want to show you guys what we were using in here for all the consoles. It was this little switch box by Pelican Accessories, and it had all these ports on the back. You'd hook those. You'd hook the coax into your TV, and you could. You hook the coax out into one TV, and then you could put the other ports. How did that work? I'm trying to remember. Video out, and then you had video in. Yeah, you had video outs, and then you had video ins. And you could swap. You can see we had like N64, Dreamcast, PlayStation. And it worked really good. We use this. It takes a power supply, but I will be right back. Oh shoot! I forgot to grab my. And I forgot to turn my volume down. Apparently. So yeah, that there works really good if you have a bunch of consoles and you're trying to swap it across two TVs too. Because we had that hooked up. We had two of those. I don't remember how we had them linked together, but we had one on top of another for all the consoles to hook between both TVs, and you could have it showing the same game across two TVs. So if you were playing a 4-player game, you have two people looking at one TV, two people looking at the other TV, which was kind of cool. Which we did a lot. The other TV we used to have in here was one of those combo ones that was, I think it was an Emerson. It was kind of a newer Emerson with a VHS and DVD player in it. No, that's not it. No, I need to type in. It looked kind of like that. There we go. That's exactly what it was. It was that model. Oh, we're on Facebook. No, that's not it. I hate when Google does that. They show you a picture and then they link you somewhere else, and it's like, nope. But yeah, it looked like that. It had the DVD and the VHS player. That was a good TV. So run that. What about toys? What type of toys did you guys have growing up? I know we're into consoles and stuff, but this was one that was always here at my grandma's house. I'm glad I was able to get 2XL. He runs on little cassette players, cassette tapes. He does work, but I need a power adapter to plug it in. But he does work. What he'd do, he'd ask questions, and you'd have these little buttons down here, and you could answer true or false, or you'd have like a 4 possibility answer, and he'd play out, different things, little volume knob. I think you could play normal audio cassettes through him and his mouth. Well, I don't know. I had a auxiliary one while I was messing around with, while I was playing with him, making him sound like the Terminator. There were shorts. I did him as the Terminator, him as the robot from Lost in Space, and then my favorite one was Bender. I wish that short would have got more views. I thought it was pretty funny, but oh well. Generally, it's the videos I want to do well that don't. So, all right, Lincoln Logs. Yeah, Lincoln Logs were. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those were in here too. I think somebody took them. I don't know. I don't think they're in here anymore. I think somebody took the Lincoln Logs. But yeah, this was my grandparents' place. For anyone that's joining, when they passed away, I bought it and I inherited. I bought the mess that they left as well, you know. So it was like a furnished house, but there was a bunch of stuff in here. But you know, some of it's good stuff, too good to throw out, you know. But no, yeah, Lincoln Logs. There'd always be. We had this little table out in the living room, and there'd always be something that someone was working on. You know, if they were building a house or building a little barnyard area, or, you know, like trying to build a vehicle out of it, like a train or something. But yeah, Lincoln Logs were definitely a fun toy. I liked them. We had these other things. My parents had them. They got them for us. They were like squares with like the edges were cut out. And they clicked together. I don't remember what it was. Square toy building square. No. We had those at school. For some reason, those were at school. Those type of connectors. Oh, Timu, get out of here. Anyway, but yeah, we had something like that. There they are, Little Tykes waffle blocks. There they are. That's what we had. Boy, $82. Yeah, we had some of those growing up. Well, no, those are big. We had little ones. We had like toy versions of them. Those are. I would love to have had those giant ones. Yeah, that would have been cool. No, Fushigi? Yeah, I remember the Fushigi commercial. I never had a Fushigi. Someone at school got one. Oh, hold on. I gotta take a phone call real quick. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. It was actually my brother calling me. Normally I work nights and he calls me. Even when I'm not working, he calls me to get me up. Or at least to check on me, which is good. If you're hurt and you never know, I could fall down and that could be, they can't get a hold of me. They know to come looking for me, which is a good thing. Elementary school had those kind of squares like yours did. They used them for math class. Yeah, that's what we used it for, math class. The little square things with these guys. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, it was math class. That's what they had them for. Yeah. What else do we have? Did any of you have light brights at your school? These things? I never understood why we had them, but we had them. I think it was in 5th grade. My teacher had a bunch of them for everyone. Then we had some sort of thing with shapes. They were like little plastic shapes that we could put together. Born in July of 2000, so I grew up in the golden era before Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm from 93. So yeah. Same here. Wi-Fi wasn't a thing. The internet was still in its infancy. And yeah, things were definitely different. Now the schools all have laptops and tablets. And shoot, I remember our school we were fancy enough to have one of those rolling computer labs. And that was always a big thing when it's like, oh, we got a project to do. And we see that thing roll in. A big... it was big, gray. Rolling computer lab. No, I don't see it. It had where you could check out a bunch of laptops. They were all Dell. Oh, they were all Dells. They weren't very good. They were pretty cheap ones. That TV cart. I was born in 93, yeah. Oh, you remember those? The light brights? You had them at home? Yeah, I didn't have them at home. Geo Safari. That was another one that we had at school. And my mom ended up getting one for home. I don't know if I think it's still out there. It was like a computer-based thing. Yeah, the yellow. Yeah, that thing. We played with that quite a bit too. It had 2-player mode. Yeah. Remember the old projectors? Yeah. We've got one. My parents have one. They've got, well, I'll go into that next, but my parents actually have one of those old overhead projectors. It's pretty cool. I think it needed a light bulb last time we messed with it. But yeah, they had like the transparent, my teacher always had like a transparent piece of sheet. She always just wrote on transparent sheets and then cleaned them off later instead of writing straight onto the screen. So she could just keep all that stuff to the side in case someone needed to go back in their notes. They could flip that back on there so you could see what they wrote out, kind of deal. Or sometimes they just had it already wrote out from the last class and they just flip it back on there and go, so we're doing this, you know. But yeah, the old school projectors. Yeah, there you go. All ours had the little flip-up mirror thing. And no, a couple of them were like that. They did have a couple in there that were like that too, with the fixed head. And then you had to turn that knob to adjust it and get it in focus with where it was at. Yep, I remember that. What else? Oh yeah, our school, we were kind of early adopters, I think, of the smart board system. Our school was kind of it was a smaller school. I think our district kind of experimented with us more than anything because it always seemed like we were getting whatever was new. We had some early smart boards. Not like that. Nope. It had like a big arm on it. No, it was a thick arm. That kind of... It looked a little bit different than that, but it was kind of like that. It had the big arm on it. There were a couple different models throughout that school, too. It wasn't all just the same one. One had a projector way off in the distance, mounted to the ceiling, but a lot of them were the arm style. I think one of our teachers had one kind of like that, where it was on wheels, because their room wasn't really set up well enough to put one in fixed. Newer projectors always had to be calibrated for some reason. It never worked. Yes, I remember that. I remember because they could. I had to do that a lot because one of my teachers could never remember how to do. It was something to do with they couldn't figure out how to get the calibrators up, and I always had to go up there and fix it. Also, one of my teachers, this was in high school, she they had YouTube blocked for the students on the main server, but the teachers had their own login, and YouTube was allowed on their personal laptop. So she liked having us watch the daily news and stuff, because it wasn't a politics class. It was like I don't remember what it was. I can't remember exactly what that class was about. Social stuff. It wasn't social studies. It was like social. I can't think of what it was called. Anyway, she liked having the daily news kind of rundown thing. I think it was like CNN Kids or something she liked to put on. So at the beginning of every class, every time I was in there, I'd go swap her computer over to that on the smart board. I did that for the whole year. So that wasted a good 10-15 minutes of our class on that. Then we watched the thing, and then we started the lesson. So everyone liked me for that. But that was fun. But I was always the computer guy when they had that's what it looked like. It was round on the back. There we go with that's the one. That's the model they had at our school. I was smart one time and downloaded a VPN on the school's computer. High school had YouTube access, wasn't supposed to. Got in big trouble for that. Yeah. We were always finding ways around stuff. Well, what was really bad was my keyboarding class. That teacher, she had a dual monitor set up on her computer, and she had one that monitored all the computers in her computer lab. So she was sitting there during class. She'd let us, oh, you're done? Yeah, go ahead. She baited that trap. She would let us go off and play on other sites. And while we were having a great time playing games and stuff, she was sitting there at her computer like, oh, that website, okay, that website. She's clicking on all these, and she's writing down all these websites we're going to. We come back the next day, and all these websites are blocked. So she set the bait for us, and we fell for it. Oh, that was good though. But yeah, she was pretty notorious for doing that. She'd let us play on the computer, and then she'd go and have it all blocked. So we kept finding other sites. We had original Oregon Trail on floppy disk. Oh, cool. See, we had in my grade school. This was 90s still. We had there were Windows 98 computers. I can't remember what make they were. I remember the monitors had a little scroll wheel in the middle you could play with. It was almost like a fidget toy. But we had Oregon Trail 2. I think there were like 3 copies of Oregon Trail 2. There was Math Blasters. There was Word Muncher. There was a couple of the Jumpstart, like first grade, I think kindergarten. I think it was kindergarten, first grade, and third grade. I know third grade was in there because that's where I played third grade. Third grade is great if you've never played it. Floppies were big 5x5. Yeah, none of our school class, none of our computers were that old. I think the oldest thing in that building that I ever saw was an Apple that my other kindergarten class had, and she didn't have it very long because I think they were finally phasing it out. But I remember once, because our kindergarten class was kind of weird. I lucked out. I got the cooler teacher for kindergarten, I thought. She had like this wooden thing. We used to have nap time in kindergarten. Oh boy. And she had this wooden like loft thing in the corner of her room. It had like a ladder that went up to it, and you could fit like three sleeping bags up there. It wasn't sleeping bags, they were mats. They were like fold out like yoga mats that we would sleep on. And you could fit like 3 people up there on top of that. And so we all had to take turns on who slept up there. But it was so cool that some days she would randomly move move around sleeping spots, and she tried to make sure everybody got cycled up there so no one was, upset. And she also had, gosh, I'm just rambling on. I could just ramble on about kindergarten. I liked kindergarten. That was probably my favorite year of school. But I remember it so well. I remember kindergarten. I don't remember much about first grade. Second grade, I remember a little bit about. Third grade was pretty good. Fourth grade, it was fuzzy. Fifth grade was great. Sixth grade, a little bit. And then seventh grade, we started in on the new building because they were building a new junior high when I was in sixth grade. And my class got to be the first to experience the whole new junior high for 2 years, which was pretty cool. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Let's look at the chat. Hello, Justin Powers. Big floppies, okay. Had the same games in my high school as you did in elementary school, because I'm 46. Okay, cool. I'm 32. Earliest memory I have is those turn pencil sharpeners that no one liked to use. There's one of those in the house. I did a video on that. Yeah, they're, I know what you're talking about. Boston pencil sharpener. This guy right here that's what we had. And that's about how it always looked. It always had the little thing broke off the spinner. You were lucky if you were in a classroom that had one of those. And it was always, ours was a brick school. It was big cinder block bricks. And it was always shaking loose in there. So you had to hold that thing against the wall while you tried to sharpen your pencil. But some of our teachers had the fancier ones. This one was a popular one for the teachers to have, these Bostons, and they always worked really good. I've got one of those. It's a really good pencil sharpener. The Boston one was good. I'm trying to think. There was another one they had that was rounded. I don't think it was a Boston though. No, it wasn't that. I think there was one of those in the building too, like that. I think one of the teachers had something like that on their wall. They got it as like an upgrade. But normally they were just a Boston Basics. I'm trying to remember what the other pencil sharpener, electric. Whoops. Did I lose the audio? Are you still with me? Am I still with you? Is that cable I have plugged into the back of that mic's not very good? No. Kind of like that. Exacto. That's probably what it was. I always thought it had more of a curve to it. Yeah, I feel like it's an Exacto is what they had. And those didn't work near... There we go. That's the one. That's what a lot of the teachers had, was this guy right here. There was this guy, and there was one other model that was a little more curved around at the head. But it was kind of like that. I could have sworn there was one more type. Maybe I'm misremembering. Because I thought it was like a smaller pencil sharpener. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But anyway, we got the main ones that we were remembering. Those Boston styles are awesome. You get in trouble for sharpening it too much as well as other kids. Yeah, there were a lot of times there'd be a line at the pencil sharpener. Eventually, I started carrying one that looked like a pencil. It was a pencil sharpener that looked like a pencil. I carried that in my pencil case. I mean, it was kind of like that, but it would hold the clippings and you could throw them out later, which was nice. Those sharpeners didn't work all the best, but they did work. The one my parents had was a little different than the straight Boston. I think it was like I don't know. It looked different. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, pencil sharpeners. We just spent the last like 15 minutes talking about pencil sharpeners. You know, that's what nostalgia does. What this stream is for. Oh, what else we got? Well, nothing. Okay. I was looking for another subject to jump to. I've been doing pretty good at jumping from one to the next pretty quick. What other games did we have? Oh, yeah. I was going to say 3. What was it? Jumpstart 3rd grade. Jumpstart 3rd grade. That one was really good. I was never able to beat it at school. That was one I actually asked my parents to get me, and they found it. They ended up getting me that one because I thought it was really cool. I still never beat it. There's a lot to that game. You know, if you want to go complete the thing, there's actually a lot to it. It's a big game for a 3rd grade. We could do a stream on that at some point if I can figure out a way to get it to work. Clue Finders was another one that was really good. I feel like that was underrated. I feel like that didn't get as much love as the Jumpstart. We had 3rd grade, and then eventually I think we got 5th and 6th, or 6th grade, yeah. No, we didn't have 5th. We had 6th. I remember the plant one, but 3rd grade was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Throat scratchy, my ears tingle when I smell the hairy lollipop. Alright. Cool Math Games. Yes, is that still up? I do remember Cool Math Games. Cool Math Games. What other addicting games? That was another one we played. That one actually stayed up for longer than I thought it would. Because we played addicting games a lot. What was the other one? Stick. No, not Stick. What's the clock one? Oh, Newgrounds. Newgrounds had a lot of games and animations we'd mess around on too. But yeah. Played Math Munchers in high school. Have to eat all the prime numbers. Yep. I remember Math Munchers. Yep, Math Munchers was a fun game. There were a few different versions. Ours was more like this. Ours was kind of the newer style. Yep, there's the guy. Muncher Shopping Network, yep.
Do you like to munch math facts? Can you dodge obstacles
A shout out to LY203 Productions for the video.
Muncher Deluxe Show.
Yep. Armor Games. Armor Games a good one too. Yep, I remember that. That was a good one. Alright. Then there's the older style too. I never played that one. That was a little before my time. Armor Games. Yeah, Armor Games was a good one too. I don't know, is that still... It's still up! Armor Games is still up. Cool. But do the games work? Cool Math is still up. I see Armor Games is, but does it work without Flash? That's the question. Let's try one of the games out and see if it works. Because Flash got discontinued. Oh, play game. I guess they figured out some way to make it work. Booting cartridge. Okay. Yep, it still works. Cool Math Games, the other one. Cool Math Games is still a thing. Awesome. They were good little games for messing around at school with. Is Addicting Games still a thing? Yep, Addicting Games, over 5,000 games. Man, I love that this old stuff's still up. Indie Spotlight. Nice, nice. Of course, Newgrounds, it's still up, right? I hope it is. Like, that was the big one. Everything by Everyone. Yep. Yep. People are still making flashy animations. That's awesome. One of my friends, oh gosh, I don't remember what his name was. I think it was a Guitar Pick Clock. Darn it, if I can spell guitar, Giugur? No? Shoot. I've become so reliant on my phone just fixing things for me. I use text-to-speech so much. Guitar. Lost Koopa, Clocks Rule, Guitar Pick. There he is. There's one of my friends. I don't remember what this was about, but oh, that might be copyrighted music. Actually, I didn't think about that, but yeah. Latest movies. That was how many years ago? I wish it had a date on it. But I remember he had a couple others. When breakfast goes bad. Oh, no, this one's his. This one's his. When Barks and Cole get criminal. There it is. Young and aspiring. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That was because, yeah. Oh, shoot. There's going to be copyrighted music in this, too, isn't there? I didn't think about that. Use a bit of work, but the plot was great. But, well, bro, is this new? Yeah. I was looking for one of my friends that used to make content on here. I found it. Made for Clock Day 2009. That really dates this, doesn't it? Oh, shoot. I might have to mute. There's no mute option, is there? Uh-oh. I hope the music doesn't get me dinged. Volume controls. I'm gonna mute that. I forgot. But they I don't know if it plays. Yeah, it plays throughout. Okay. Don't chew on the tires.
Gentlemen, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent.
Dang it, Cole. Have you been stealing lawn gnomes again?
Has it ever occurred to you that I might not be the cause of all our...
Thanks for shutting him up, officer. I can't tell you how many times I heard that.
There's a bowling ball at him.
You are charged with, over the past year and a half, 15 counts of armed robbery, 23 counts of kidnapping, 37 counts of piracy, 8 counts of terrorism, 14 counts of public endangerment, 27 counts of tax fraud, 43 counts of trespassing, 73 counts of corporate 5 counts of illegal possession of illegal violations, 489 counts of destruction of personal property, and 9,800
Go on, nostalgia trip. Yep, that's what we're doing.
Your Honor, we'd like to retract that statement.
Too late.
But, Your Honor,
I said it's too late. It's time for witnesses. They stole my TV.
they abducted my
I abducted my children. They stole my kid.
You are both convicted of all charges.
What are you sentencing us to?
Jail?
Worse than jail.
Death?
Worse than death.
What's worse than death?
Taxes?
Taxes. Taxes. Parole.
Oh no, sir. Anything but that.
You boys are going to become responsible citizens. Case closed.
Today you're both getting respectable jobs. Clerks, you're working in an office, Cole in a burger joint.
Do we have to?
Do we have to? Yes.
Starting tomorrow morning.
Happy Wheels. Oh, yeah. Another dumb fun game. Yeah, I liked watching Jacksepticeye play that. That was a lot of fun.
The place that fills more than your stomach. May I take your order? I'll have
Gosh, that All the Way song that they did for Jacksepticeye, that was so good. I still get that stuck in, that'll still pop in my head every now and then.
Department, I need your help. The only suits I own are from my days as a rodeo clown. Well, I've only got one, but it should work. Thanks a lot.
I forgot how long this was. He really put a lot of work into it. I haven't seen it in years. Probably since high school. Because I couldn't actually play them with my internet being so slow. He burned them. I've got the CD around here. He burned a bunch of his stuff onto a disc for me to watch.
Give me all your money.
It's a squirt gun.
You're threatening me with this
It's a squirt gun.
It's not a squirt gun.
The burger joint.
Forgot to put tomato sauce on my burger.
Give me just a minute.
Stick fight animations, yeah. That's a good one. I remember that. All right, but yeah. All right, but anyway, yeah, that was one of my friends from school. He made that. Yeah, he's got two music credits there. So, but yeah, 2009 he made that. But go check him out if you're ever on there. Guitar Pick Clock. I don't know. I thought that'd be fun. I knew I at least knew one person. Well, really two. Mark's Clock also made some. I don't think he made as many, but I think his were a little more in-depth, detailed. Stick fight animations. I don't know. We're probably gonna get a lot for stick fight. Oh, I don't think I have that. Well, I guess I do have that. Oh yeah, I forgot about Stick Fight, the fighting game. Begin. Oh, that's probably copyrighted. Never mind. I didn't think about that. But yeah, Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on Newgrounds. I'm trying to think of what else. Trying to think of what else. What else do we got? Henry Stickmin. Yes, I've actually. There's a couple playthroughs of the Henry Stickmin stuff on the channel already. I've gone through those. Those were good. Yeah, it's probably copyright. I gotta watch that. Yeah, the Henry Stickmin stuff's good though. Play number of munchies in school. We'd all have to eat the prime numbers. Yep. Well, what else do we want to look up? You guys gotta jog my memory here on some more stuff. I've been doing pretty good at keeping. Oh, yeah, TV carts. What movies did you guys watch? Like, what weird movies did your school have? Ours was, for some reason, we had Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer just in the around. We didn't have I see Aladdin sitting there. I don't remember us having very many Disney movies. Maybe in kindergarten. We watched Home Alone 1 in kindergarten, which was kind of weird. We watched that like once in kindergarten and once when we were in the library. They brought it in for some reason and we watched it. What else was there? Hoodwinked? Yeah, Hoodwinked. One of my teachers had Hoodwinked. That was in high school. He had that, and we watched that movie so many times. He was a health teacher. He did health, and he was a PE teacher and a coach kind of deal. Black Cauldron. I've not seen Black Cauldron, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. I've not sat down and watched it, but I do know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think of what else. What else did we watch? But Hoodwinked was a good one. We watched that a lot in high school. He was like, it was kind of funny, that health teacher. He was like, okay, I've got like 4 movies up here. I've got one against drinking and driving, one for like sex ed, one for like I don't remember what the other one was for. Something body related, or yeah, something body related, and then Hoodwinked, and they were all like Hoodwinked. It's like okay, it's like so, but what? My Shakespeare class, we watched the newer version of Romeo and Juliet, which was all right. I'm trying to think of what else I'm totally out of screen, or am I? No, I'm good. Oh boy, I'm trying to think of what else we had. But one of our classes actually had. We never used it. But there was a Laserdisc, one of those Laserdisc players in it. But I don't think they ever had a Laserdisc. But it was kind of neat. But yeah, seeing the TV roll in was always cool. But a lot of our classrooms, we had a TV mounted on the wall. So sometimes it was on, sometimes it wasn't. You know, sometimes they'd play something for us. But a lot of our classrooms ended up getting TVs mounted on the wall. Groucho Marx movies. Yeah. Yep. Still playing games. Yeah, that's the pencil I was talking about earlier. Pencils with cartridges. I couldn't find it. I found the pins that click down. Yeah, it's a Scholastics thing. They always had those. And then you'd lose one and they'd never work right again. Because that's always what happened with those. They had a little eraser that would pop in the end. And you'd lose that too. But I had one of those that was like that. And then I had, I think, 2 or 3 of them that were multiple colors. But it's like, oh, well, I want blue. Now you're going to spend all this time pushing and pushing down to the next one. What were the most wanted toys? Yep, fidget spinner. We did that a lot. There were a lot of those that flew across the room, for sure. That's why I kept this tab open. I thought we might run out of things to talk about. I can still keep yakking. Yeah, some of them had the holes in the... Yeah, there's the holes in the end. You'd take those and you'd kind of use that to help fling it around. But, yeah, that was always fun. Yeah, the metal rulers were really good with the dong. Boy, I had that exact mat. There were two versions of that mat. I had both of them. There was this one, which I didn't like as much. I don't know why. It was bigger, but I didn't like it as much as the other one we had. My brother normally played on this one. I liked it. It was smaller, but the layout of it I think I liked better than this one. Yep, I actually had one of those alarm clocks. It used to be my uncle's. I've still got it. There's a short on the channel of messing around with it because Mom was vacuuming our room and the vacuum cleaner ate the cord and it ruined the cord on it. But I've since kind of fixed it. Oh yeah, the soda. They still do that. It wasn't that long ago. I think it was root beer. I think it was A&W root beer had that on it. I always liked Barks myself. That's why on that Newgrounds account, that was my other friend that had the Barks account, Barks clock. Because at our school, now tell me if your school had this. In junior high, I know we're getting all over the place. Junior high, we had a vending machine for soda. That'd be Coca-Cola, right? Yeah. We had a soda vending machine outside. We had this. Our school was weird. We used to have a nice big open playground and giant asphalt area, and then they decided to put in a junior high. So they expanded out that side of the building, out that side, took all that playground area out, and turned it into a school building. That's what I'm trying to get at. So on the back side of the building, where the old track was, because we ended up getting a new track at that school, the football field was still there. Like, that's where the football field was, but they moved the track. They put in this giant asphalt area, and that's about all we had. We had a four-way basketball hoop way out there, and a couple of those ball on a stick. What's it called? Ball on a stick. Tether ball, is that it? Where you both bounce it back and forth. There were two of those out there. And we called it the prison yard because for some reason our school still had, they had a chain link fence all the way around this thing. And the one side was old fencing. And I guess they used to have barbed wire up there at some point, or they got the fencing from somewhere else, because it had all of the angles running down it where you would string barbed wire through. So we were like, yep, it's a prison yard. It's just a big slab for us to play on. Some of us, me and my group, there was this gap in the fence towards the edge. We'd sneak over there, and each one of the back doors of each classroom on the elementary side had a little patio area where they could let the kids out to play, kind of thing. Little spot they could sit. So we would sneak around that, and we'd all just sit there because we had a little bit of a shade area that had a little bit of a canopy over the top of it. We'd just sit out there, and we were a pretty good group. They didn't. The teachers really didn't bother us too much. They were like, they're going to be okay. We don't have to worry about that crowd. But so it was us. Then some of the girls started doing it on the next one down, and then a lot of other people wanted to do it, and then they ended up ruining it for everybody. So it eventually became a problem. Then we started doing it again. They let us get back to it. So it all came full circle to good for us. But anyway, boy, all this to get to a soda. We had we had a vending machine back there, and it had Barks root beer, so we'd always just buy Barks root beer, and a lot of the times we'd run that thing out because every day we were coming up with $1. It was $1 for a bottle of soda, and sometimes you'd get lucky with that machine. If you held the dollar bill in the right way, or no, was it with the change? No, it was with the dollar bill. I can't remember if it was with the dollar bill or the change. If you put the quarters in a certain way, you'd like kind of short. Maybe it was the change, because I was always putting change in it because I was just finding quarters to throw in it. But I guess if you short did the change, sometimes it would drop 2 of them out. So sometimes I'd get a free soda and I'd give it to someone. But yeah, that only lasted for our 2 years there. It was 7th grade and 8th grade. And then I found out they took the soda machine away about halfway through 8th grade. Or, well, I guess it was halfway through 8th grade they took the soda machine away. So we only had it for about a year and a half, I guess, really. They quit. Well, no, they didn't take it away. They started just putting water in it. Which is like, no, I don't want your Dasani water. That stuff's awful. I'm not buying that one. Especially for $1. I did not like Dasani water. Pretty sure it was, that's Coke that runs Dasani, right? Coke runs Barks. Coke runs Barks. Yes, Coke is a Barks. Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. We're right. I'm right. That's what I thought. It's been a minute. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, that was our soda machine story. It was nice to have, and my class was lucky enough to have it. We did have a Fruitopia machine. I tried Fruitopia once. I think I tried it once. I think I got one off someone. This stuff. Our high school had one of these machines for Fruitopia. Oh, well, okay. 94. But yeah, that was another big one that was in the high school. Yeah, that's exactly what the machine looked like. Yep. There was that, and there was a Coke machine and a water bottle machine all down there in the high school for the longest time. Then I think eventually it went down to just a water machine. That would have by the time I was in high school. I think it was just the water machine was there. That was gone. If I remember. Yeah, that's right. But I remember all the time, anytime we went down to the high school, we'd go pushing buttons on those machines to see if one would drop. If someone didn't get it, we'd just go down and push the coin change and everything. But yeah, I do remember that being there. What else we got? The holes to put phone charms on, that wasn't something I did. I do remember some of the girls at school had that going on. I remember a lot more on the backpacks. Everyone had little things hanging off their backpacks. Wooden playgrounds. None were wood. They were all metal built. I did break my arm in 2nd grade. We had a hang glider. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. No. Kind of like that, but not exactly. It had a triangle. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty much that thing. Yeah. Yeah, one of those. My school had one of those, and it was hooked onto a big, had like a big gazebo looking thing with a tall top. We'd all run under there when it started raining. Anytime it'd rain, we'd all be crowded underneath there. Especially if we got there before school was open and they didn't open the doors yet and it was raining. Everybody'd be huddled underneath that thing, or they'd be huddled in the front of the our doorway had like an entry, like a thing, like a little area in front that was all built out. So we'd all be shoved in there waiting for them to open the door. And the sad thing is the principal's standing outside with us, and it's like, man, just open the door, let us in. It's like, why are you doing this to us? Like, can't we go sit in the gym? Someday, eventually they did start putting everyone in the gym when it was raining or super cold out, which was good, because standing outside for a half hour waiting for school to start was not always the most fun. My bus ride, I rode the bus. Until I got to high school and I got a truck, but I rode the bus. So from kindergarten all the way up, even in high school, there were days I rode the bus because it's like I lived out in the country. But it was like an hour drive home. Stream confuses me because when I watch, I feel like I'm watching an old 90s YouTube video with the camera feed, but it's not. Well, I mean, it's a very low quality camera, yes, but maybe it fits the aesthetic. You know what? It's aesthetic. We'll call it that. No, it's me being cheap, but it's the aesthetic of the 90s. Stream confuses me because when I watch, I feel like I'm watching the 90s YouTube video. Gosh, I was trying to get to the point of the hang glider and I got off on other things. That's what my brain does. So nostalgic, yet it's live. Oh man. Well, I'm glad it fits the build. I hope you're having fun with it, because I could just sit here and yak about that all day. There was a guy I work with. He's younger than me, and he went to the same school I did, but he was coming up further behind me and my brother. So he graduated in 2018, I think, 2017. So him and me were talking back and forth about all the teachers and about the school and how it changed. And, it's after work. We should have been going home, and we were standing there for a good hour and a half yakking. One of my managers walked by. She's like, "Oh, you guys are still here?" I'm like, "Yeah." It was like, we got talking. Dig the style? Well, thank you, Lance. I don't know. This has just been fun. Fun for me, at least. I hope you guys are enjoying. We still haven't gotten to the hang glider story. Where was I? They started letting us in. We didn't do that. Anyway, so I was in second grade. And, I gotta remember this right, so I tell it right. Because I think the story's changed a couple times, and I don't quite remember what the true one is. Because when I was younger, I didn't want to admit to what it was. But now I don't care so much. So there was this girl, and she was like, "I bet you can't do that one-handed." And I'm like, "I bet I can." This hang glider thing, because I had done it before. Well, I don't remember why my hands were so greasy, but they were. And I start off, I get about where that thing is, that handle is in this picture. I get about that far across, and my finger slipped. I was a tall guy, but I still wasn't tall enough for, I was still dangling pretty good off that. and I went ahead and I slipped off of it and landed on this arm. I landed on this arm. Boy, can't remember what arm I broke. Anyway, it was my right arm. I landed on it, and it's like, it hurt. There were wood chips. It was a wood chip bed is what we had. You know, I was like, oh, I'm just hurting a little bit. I'll walk it off. What really concerned me was my glasses flew off. I had just gotten a new set of glasses, and I knew they were like $300-400 because Mom was like, don't break these. So I'm like crying on the ground. I'm in second grade now, but I'm like crying on the ground, like, where are my glasses? I can't find them. Mom's going to kill me. Where did they go? Don't step anywhere. I'm like Velma. I can't see without my glasses. Because honestly, my vision is like, I can see. I got to be that close to my face to see clearly. Everything else is a blob. It's not good. So we ended up finding my glasses. They were a little scuffed up, but they weren't too bad. So they're like, okay, you're all right. Go back to class. A couple hours go by. My arm starts not feeling good. It starts hurting. I tell the teacher, hey, my arm's hurting. All right, go to the nurse. Go to the nurse. Nurse starts poking around on my arm, and it's just making it hurt worse. And it's like, I think your arm's broken. What'd you do? And I'm like, well, I fell. And he's like, yeah, that'll probably do it. So calls my mom. I thought I was just going to upset my mom with a broken set of glasses, you know. That wasn't it. It was a broken arm, so we go get x-ray done, have to put a cast on it. I've been in the cast for like a month. Thankfully, it healed right. I know there have been horror stories where people have had it heal with a curve in your arm and stuff. I'm glad that didn't happen. Bad stories on the playground equipment too. Yes, they can. The hang glider stayed in as far as I know, but the monkey bars, so many. We had two styles of monkey bars in our playground. We had one that was like a swinging type, and I loved that. We would climb on top of both of the monkey bars, which you weren't supposed to do. But me and my friends, we would get on top of it, and oh man, I wish I could find that exact playground. It was blue. It was kind of like this one. It had a topper like that one. It had a big topper like that. But it wasn't as tall. I mean, it was tall. It was that tall, but it was set up different down low. But we would climb on top of it. Man, I wish I could find that exact model. Oh well, there are so many different jungle gyms, but we would climb on top of these swinging monkey bars, and we'd walk around. We'd lay up there on top of them and everything. We had no fear when it came to that. Old playground equipment was most brutal. Remember them metal? Oh, the big one. If you fell hard, yep. You fell hard, yep, exactly. 2nd-degree burns, yep. My first day of kindergarten. What's the first thing I do? I see this giant. Let me get a picture. Nope. Yep. I feel like it was a little steeper. Yeah, I guess that's it. Well, that's not bringing anything up. All right. Oh, man. Big metal slide. It had a very... There we go. That's what it looked like. Yeah. That's it. That's the guy. So we had this guy. It was a very steep up and a very steep down. And my first day of kindergarten, they're like, yeah, go over to the playground. Wait, because I just got off the bus. The bus dropped me off. And they're like, go over to the playground. We'll call you when we're ready for you. So I'm like, okay. Now I'm looking up like I was a climber. I was a climber. If it was tall, I would climb it. So I go up there, and I'm just going up and down this slide, and the teachers come over like, "What are you doing? Get down from there! You're not supposed to be on there." They're yelling at me. I'm like, "What? I'm having fun." Like, it was supposed to be like third grade on up could use the big slide was what it was supposed to be. But here's this kindergartner going up and down. They're like, "No, don't do that again." I'm like, "Why? I climb stuff all the time." Everything was metal. That's why we're all so tough now. Never forget, a kid got up on the seesaw. Other kid went over, chipped his teeth. Oh, his front teeth. Ouch. Ouch. We had, well, I don't know. I can't think of any tooth issues, but I know I broke my arm on that hang glider. Another kid broke, actually, I think 2 or 3 kids broke their arms on the straight monkey bars. We had 2 styles of monkey bars. That's what I was trying to get back to. But the big metal slide, yeah, that's a memory. That's a memory. Monkey bars. Oops, swinging monkey bars. Swinging monkey bar. No, not like that. They were like hard fixed bars that were. No, I think there was a set of those too. Had a merry-go-round that was fun. Oh, I love the merry-go-round thing. Yeah. The sad thing is, I'm a big guy. I always got stuck pushing. If I wanted to ride on it, I had to jump onto the thing and ride it down. I always had to be the one to start it. Because it was always smaller kids. They're like, "Push us, you're big." I'm like, "Dang it, I want to ride." Like, "You're too heavy." I'm like, oh. So I always had to be the one to run around and get the thing moving. Then you grab it and jump on real fast and get to ride it down. Yeah, that was fun. There were 2 different styles of that. There was one park we went to that had another. It was like wooden. Those spin around park things were peak. Yeah. You remember parents checking all our Halloween candy for poison and razors? I need to bring up that short. Let me bring up that short about X-raying, where they X-ray it was like a hospital. I found this on a VHS tape. This will be good. This was from like a VHS tape from the 80s. X-ray your candy. Here we go. This is what I want. Watch this, guys. I don't think I can get the volume any higher. Look at that. You can get your candy X-rayed. Isn't that something? But that actually happened, kill the dude and his kid, and oh no, that's not good. Sure do remember that. Somehow my Reese's always went missing when Dad checked. I can't blame him. I have a Reese's addiction. I can just sit there and eat that all day. I love Reese's. But yeah, I thought that was kind of neat. I found out I'd never heard about a hospital offering X-rays on candy before, but there it is. They were doing it in the. I think this was sometime in the 80s. What's the world come to? Right? It was probably safe too. Probably. That's called the dad tax. That's what those Reese's are. He had to drive you around all night to go get that candy. That's the dad tax. You have a Culver's fast food? Not that I'm aware of. I'm a super picky eater when it comes to food. I don't really eat out much anyway. Windows Pinball, Space Cadet. Yeah, that's a fun one. I played a lot of that. Candy wasn't poisoned before. The gamma radiation for the X-Racer. Got it. There you go. Hospital's like, we're going to do some good. And it's like, nope, we're going to poison you from the inside out. Oh, man. That's a good one. Oh. Polly Pocket. Again, not my thing. Ice cream from schools. I don't remember our school having ice cream like that. However, I brought my own lunch, so... Oh, gosh. I had to show you guys my lunchbox. I had the same lunchbox from kindergarten all the way to high school. Actually, I have a video of it. That might just be the easier way to show it. Or I could just, well. Hold on. I got too many tabs open. There we go. Only lunchbox I ever had. This.
In the late 90s, early 1000s, recognize this lunchbox? It's an Igloo Cool Case. I had this from 98 all the way to 2011. It survived my entire time in school. Still has my name kind of written on it. Lunch kit belongs to. Cool little box. I used to use it as an armrest when I was on the bus, so you're up against the window seat. Nice little armrest. The back worked great for doing paperwork on the bus. I did a lot of homework here. Had stickers off of it. I think it was a gardening club. Great for shining around and messing with people. I always trick people around like, what's that light? Oh, it's just me messing around. But open it up. I am missing the thermos. It's around here somewhere. Keep your sandwich in there, maybe a snack or candy bar in there. Great little lunchbox, though. Highly recommend it. So let me know if you had one. Leave a like, hit subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day. Anyone out there from the...
But anyway, yeah, that was the lunchbox. I had that all the way from kindergarten through high school. It survived, and it saw a lot of use. Like I say, I did a lot of homework on the back of it. Had little ice cream cups with pull tops. Yeah, I don't remember that. The wooden stick under the lid. I just don't remember our school having that. Flintstones push pops. I don't remember those. That and them super donuts you got for breakfast at school. So good. Wow, I wish my stuff from the kids fell on hard times, unfortunately, due to 140 storage. Oh, I see. Young, dumb, broke. Oh, I got you. I understand. Yeah, I lucked out being able to keep all this stuff. My parents had a pretty large house. It was an old farmhouse that was run down. They bought and they fixed it up, and we were able to keep it. Flintstones vitamins, I did use those. My mom always got us the Flintstones vitamins. Flintstones vitamins. My mom always got us that. They were dry. They were definitely dry. Do they still make those? I'm half tempted to go buy some. I know they got gummies. Here's a commercial from '77.
Meet the average American child.
Disco.
Well cared for.
Bionic Disco.
Wrong. A government study on nutrition shows that out of every 20 children under 6, like Johnny, only half get the recommended levels of vitamins A and C.
Yeah, I thought I saw Rugrats one before.
Amount of iron. Help make sure your child gets a balanced diet with Flintstones, America's #1 chewable vitamin. Flintstones, made for kids, because the odds are against kids.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't taste as good. Best tasting vitamins ever. This was 11 years from now. Nostalgia time? Yep, nostalgia time. That's what the whole thing's been about. Heck yeah. Well, we've been through a lot. I'm kind of going down a list, and I'm picking up chat, and I'm doing my own thing kind of with the storytelling. So we're all over the place. This is a Schizo Live. It's all over the place. Yeah, I know. Definitely. It's not a normal, we're picking one thing and sticking with it type of live. It's definitely it's wearing my voice out. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Oh, there's the little wooden sticks you guys are talking about. There you go. We all act like we don't live anywhere near each other, didn't know each other as kids. We all experienced similar things. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point. It was like, I'm sure there's like area specific stuff. Like, we had Prairie Farms, GoldenEye 007. Yeah. My friends and I played that, but we played Perfect Dark more. Well, one of my friends got Perfect Dark, and we're like, oh, this is so much better than GoldenEye. Oh, yeah, I remember a lot of the girls having an issue with that. They'd always just get wet pant legs real bad. Starving your calculator to death. Yep. I have. It's around. Well, that's not it. That's one of the calculators. I don't think this one's a solar. I think this one's a battery powered. PD was awesome. Yeah, it was. Perfect Dark was awesome. No, this is a BA35. It takes a battery. And then my other one I have in here is a Casio. I don't know where it is at the minute. But it takes 3 AAAs or 4 AAAs. But yeah, I don't have a solar one right with me. But yeah, I do that a lot. Sometimes I test to see if... Sometimes we got those cheap little ones in class when I was in junior high or grade school, and they were clear and see-through, and you could see they had a battery. I like testing them to see if the battery held a charge or not. I'd be like, this one's bad, that one's good. I hated it when... I don't remember why, but I know what it was. It was when they were using the overhead projector. They were wanting us to try and do math problems in the dark. And it's like, my calculator wouldn't be on because there was no light in the room. Line 6 amps or Volpop. Drunken Yogos. Yep, generic cheap handout calculator. Yep, the one with... we had a few different ones at my school, but yeah... it kind of looked... We had some of those. There were some of these in my school. These TI 108s, the blue ones. Those are the ones they always expected us to have, the 30s. I had one of those. But I always liked the Casios better. I haven't seen that. Yeah, with these guys. With the round power button. Yeah, the generic. These things are the ones they'd always give you. Got the mushy pad. Not too many functions on it. Well, we're going over everything. Apparently, we've gone over so much stuff in this stream. We're going over everything. We had another one at our school that actually had a game on it. It was a math game. It had a couple math games, but it had like arrow keys. I had one of those too. I liked it. One of these Casios. And then I got a fancier one that I don't know where it is. It's in this room somewhere. At least I thought it was. I don't know. I've got so much stuff in this room, you wouldn't believe it. Or maybe you would, looking at the stream and how many things I've been able to just pull. No, that's not it. This desk is a mess. This whole room's a mess. It's unorganized. It's a mess. And I need to clean it, but one of these days I will. But I almost need to get shelving put up somewhere. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with all these VHS tapes. They're really what's cramping the style. I don't want to throw them away. Well, it was a calculator kind of like that with the arrow keys, but it was a little different. It wasn't a Casio, it was a TI. It was a Texas Instruments. TI 84 was the GOAT. Yeah, I never had one of those. Oh, well. Here. I like this channel. Well, thanks. Wish I could tell you my favorite Casio. TI-84 is the GOAT. Any synthesizer or keys hanging out in there? No. None of those. No, I don't have any keys or synthesizers. Playing Age of Empires 1 or 2 on the... It's funny you should mention that. It's still up from when we were playing it the other day. Or, well, it was up. But we were playing Age of Empires, I think, last week. Age of Empires 1. You had yours at school? We never had an AoE at school. Coolest thing we got was Oregon Trail 2. We played that a lot. But... what? Haven't even thought of it. Oh, AoE. Yeah, it's a good game. Well, it's going to take a minute for that to download. I need to get with my internet provider. I was supposed to get gigabyte internet. They never got back with me. And I'm going to have to call them again. It's cheaper than what I'm paying for. I'm paying for 50 meg down and 5 meg upload right now. I'm paying $100, and for like $70, I can get gigabyte down and up fiber. So I was like, hurry up and get me hooked up, guys. Let's see here. There's the tab I'm looking for. I got so many. Being on the phone with your friends and your parents, pressing talk on the other. Yeah. Trying to listen in on your conversation. Our problem was we had dial-up internet, so if somebody called you, it would kick you off of the internet, was what always happened with ours. It was like it had priority. Or if you called in, you needed to call someone else, you just get the noises. You know, that was always fun. People will rate my art number 2 on the most recent shorts. Oh, well, that started. Oh, you can take a look at your art. There you go. There's AoE. artist asking people to rate my art. Can I go to channel?
Do you feel it?
Oh shoot, I need to watch that. Oh yeah. Well, I was showing that. Yeah, I see your art. Yeah, that looks pretty good, man. Let's see here. I just need to make this bigger so I can read your chat. I'm squinting to see over there because the text is like this big on that monitor. Haven't even thought of it. There's people that rate my art. It's on 2 most recent shorts. All right. Bring it on the phone. Gave you a like for mentioning dial-up internet. Oh yeah, we had dial-up internet for far too long. Making voicemail, acting like you answered the phone. Oh, I never did that. That's pretty clever. Was that a cell phone? Or that was a calculator in the picture. Yeah, 100%. There's another one. Well, that one looks good.
UG can now black flash at will. He cannot age.
I gotta watch the audio so I don't get a copyright going. But yeah, that looks good too. I'll give you a sub on that. Art takes a lot of skill. I'm not an artist. I'm a stick figure person at best. I can draw out a diagram, a blueprint for building stuff. If you give me a straight edge or a wiring diagram, I can do that. But I can't do that. That takes some real skill right there. But good job. Is there another one other than that? I will link you. Go to channel. I'm going to link your channel in the chat. People can go check you out. It's hard to grow on this platform. Go give them a like and a sub, guys. It's hard to grow on this channel or this platform. It really is. But anyway, yeah. Well, we're not going to play AOE right now, but we have been playing it. I bet my save isn't here. No, it wouldn't be under random maps. Be under campaign. Nope, it didn't save. Okay, so I'm going to have to restart or cheat to get back to where I was. Alright. Well. Okay, alright. We're done with that for right now. I'll get back into that. There was the first video I posted. That was 9 years ago. Starting off. Finished building my ducks a 40 by 20 pin today. Gonna make them a nice lazy river soon. Nice! Awesome. Let's see here. They're going to enjoy that for sure. Yeah, someone asked if that was a phone. No, that's a calculator. Family computer. Oh yeah, everyone has a different login on XP. Me and my brother just shared. We had to share a room growing up. We had the same account. We weren't going to mess with all that, but we knew about it. Ducks are spoiled? Well, that's a good thing. You're a good caretaker for them. Surreal moments today. I went to too many games. Found the Game Boy I had a Game Boy Color, but I got it I think the SP was out when I got a color. Like that's how far behind I was in getting. I got it at a yard sale for like $5. They had a Game Boy Advance for like 10 or 15, and I wish I would have bought that because Advance had so many more games for it. But oh well, I only ever had 2 games for that because I think I bought. Okay, it was a Scooby-Doo game, and it was a Zelda Oracle of Seasons. I beat the Scooby-Doo game. I got pretty far in Oracle of Seasons, but I don't think I ever beat it. But yeah, the color was pretty fun. One of my friends had a Advanced SP. I always liked the Advanced SP. He had Mortal Kombat on there. I remember he had me try to help him beat one of the, I don't know, there was some combo or something you had to do that required the L and R triggers. You had to click them really fast or something on there. I ended up helping him beat it. The light attachment. Oh, yeah, the little curly Q light attachment. I know exactly. One of my friends had that. I did not have one. That made playing it very difficult. They also made like a magnifying lens. I had another friend that had one of those. It had a light and a magnifying lens on it kind of deal. Yep, little curly pigtail looking. Yep, little light. Worm light, that's what it's called. I mean, yeah, it makes it so you can see it. Yeah, one of my friends had color magnifier light that looked like, yeah, it was something like that they had. Yeah, it was something. It was like that. It went over top of the whole thing. Nobody at my school, I think I can think of, ever had a Game Boy. They all had colors, advances, and SPs, and then the DS came out, and only 2 people that I can think of had oh, what are they? They're not Vitas. The PSP. I know I think of 2 people that had the PSP. The notorious Nokia brick phone, indestructible battery, lasted several business days. Oh, yeah. My uncle had one of those. 3310. It's got to be the 3310. Yeah, 3310. The brick. What happened to pass by? I always thought the fact they had a transfer cable. Oh, on the Game Boys, yeah, you could swap back. I remember everyone was trading Pokemon. Not many people actually had the transfer cable, but I do remember they were all like, "I borrow your cable." I was always just off to the side, like, darn it, I wish I had one of those to play. I got to play Pokemon a couple times, but that was about it. I was always kind of out in the dark on that. What happened to pass by butt? What's up with the long beard not shaven, or what's up? It's just kind of my thing. I in junior high or something, I started growing a beard, and I just didn't like shaving, and honestly, I didn't shave from junior high. I let it start growing, and all the way to high school, I didn't shave. And then graduation day, I shaved. I come in, we're all wearing our gowns and that's around here somewhere too, our hats. Where's my hat? Darn it, I know it's in here. Oh, there's my Casio calculator. This guy. This was my favorite Casio. It took 3 AA batteries And I really, this one I used all through high school. I really liked it. But, anyway, I thought, anyway, never mind. Back to it. Gowns. So I did gowns. Or we were all in our gowns and our hat and everything. So I came up a little late. I don't know why I was late, but I was a little late. They looked over and then they looked back and then they was like, who's that? And it's like, oh yeah, it's me. And it's just like, I had nothing on my face. It took some doing the night before. I mean, I had to go at it with scissors and like, it went through a bunch of different razor blades and I got nicked up doing it because everything was so tough. It'd never been shaved before. Generally during the summer I'll shave. I put this on for the winter mainly. As you can see, I don't have a lot of hair up top. It comes out the back, but oh well. I've accepted I'm going to go bald one day. That's just the way it goes. But yeah, I put this on for the winter and then I take it off for the summer, especially when I get painting and stuff. I like wearing a respirator and I need a good seal. Hair does not let your mask seal. Don't let anyone tell you different. You're still going to get a bunch of up your nose, paint fumes, paint and whatnot. But when flip phones are all rage. Razor, yes. Well, I hope maybe you should trim down a little, complete shave, keep the mustache. Mustache should go good with a nice trim, grow back. Fit boom, good luck. Well, thank you. But, yeah, it's just kind of my thing. But it'll come off this summer when I start painting again. When I get back into the projects and start painting. Because when you're grinding stuff and, painting, it's like I don't want to breathe all that dirt in my lungs. Because, well, I don't know if you guys, I'm going to be moving streams, but catch you around. All right, well, thanks for stopping by. It's good seeing you. I'm kind of glad that people are interested in this. I just thought it'd be a fun stream to do because everyone got nostalgic real quick. I was playing some of the NES games and they're like, oh, and I'm like, that would be good. It's a Friday night. we can do that. I feel up to it. I'm having fun. I'm still having fun with this. Okay. But yeah, the whole theme of the channel is why it's called Past Preserver is I'm not a perfectionist. And all this weird stuff I keep around, I try to keep it in, somewhat decent condition. I try to. And then the projects we bring into the channel, no, not Kick. I was trying to stream on Kick, but my internet just won't. I was trying to do a multi-stream thing to Kick, Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, but my internet won't handle it, so I'm kind of stuck with one thing, and YouTube's the one I want to grow. YouTube's the one to grow. But we get into all sorts of games. I've bought the neighbor's property. I've been clearing that out. So we've been using the backhoe. We've been running tractors, chainsaw reviews, car shows, will it starts, getting that old Air National back to life. My brother's F20 Farmall, we got that up and running. I have 30 Ford Model A I'm restoring.
I'll put that here. Pretty much had to pull it out to get this.
There's my shop.
Drug back here.
That drill press is on the channel. Us getting it up and going. Removing streams, catch you around. I'm out of here. Got to make dinner. Thanks. Find you on Twitch, man. Well, I'm not on Twitch. Well, I don't know if my Twitch account is Past Preserver. It might still be under AC Guy 1948. I've got to go through and make a new one to link with my thing. But oh shoot, that was leaking. I'm gonna have to address that. I forgot about that. But anyway, so we're like working on a Ford Model A, getting it up and running and stuff. I'm very all over the place with my interests, and I have different levels of skill. I'm a little bit better at that than like gaming, but that doesn't stop me from having fun with it. But we get it up and going, get it driving around the yard. There it goes. There's a John Deere MT we did up on the channel. I did that through a series of shorts mostly. There are a couple long form videos though. But that's going to be a fun car when it gets done. I bought one of those Chinese mini excavators that you see on Temu. And I've been clearing I bought the neighbor's property next to me, and I've been clearing it. That fence line was all overgrown. It looked awful. It needed a bunch of work. But, yeah. Anyway, we can get back into the subject on the stream. I wasn't trying to make this about the channel, but I'm just letting new subscribers know that you're going to get a bunch of stuff. My brother does stuff. He did Fallout 1 Invasion mode, where the super mutants can take over as you're moving through and progressing. So are they. They're coming over and clearing out towns that you've been to if you don't do things right, kind of deal. TV commercials that I find. Fallout 2 with a pipe rifle. That's my brother's. And more Model A stuff. But, yeah, Harbor Freight reviews. Fallout 2 with 3 action points. Fallout 2 with 1 action point. My brother also did. So, because once he figured out he could do it with 3, he figured out how to do it with 1. Like I say, he's really good. Minimum 1 AP, 1 action point for Fallout 1. He beat it. Which is no easy feat. Anyway, okay, all right, that's enough self-promoting. Let's get back to what the stream's about, guys. I'm saying it like it's your fault. It's my fault. I'm the one running the show here. It's not your fault. Oh boy, I'm just a lousy host. Where's the tab I was using? We've been into so many things. Oh, thank you. That flag is actually a 1964 flag. The first year that they have 50 stars on them. I bought it at an antique store. It's a little stained. I wish it wasn't. I haven't been able to get the stains out of it, but it's a really thick, heavy flag. But yeah, that was the first year of 50 stars on the flag. So I was like, oh, that's perfect. It's old too. It can go in the background. And also, it's also pulling double duty because the light is really bad coming through there during the day. I need to get some better blackout curtains, which is something, because these are some really thick curtains that Grandma had up here already, and they still let a lot of light through. So I need to get some better blackout ones, because you'll see in my daytime streams that you get a lot of glare on this camera, and it's not great. Yeah. Yep. 64, I'm pretty sure it was 64 was the first year. Because I used to have the box that it actually came in, but I don't know if that's still out at my parents' or not. 1960 by 64, the 50-star flag that was... Yeah, so 64. So that is a first year... That is correct. I was right. Okay. So yeah, that is a 64 flag first year. Yeah, see, $50, $30, $40. Okay, there you go. There it is. There, that's exactly it. It's got the eagle on top. It had a pole with it. I don't know what happened to the pole. Yeah, it had the little flag box. 64 and 50 star Premier Cotton. That is what that flag is. Exact same thing. Okay. It's a heavy flag too. It's not a cheapo. What's my favorite CRT TV? I got to be honest. This one back here, this little, get you down. This little one, I can bring up the video on it again real quick. It's a General Electric. It has computer 1, computer 2 settings that I still don't know what they go to. What computer would have hooked into that? However, I do like this Sharp that my grandpa had. It's a 36-inch tube. It weighs, I think, like 170 pounds or something like that. It is not a light TV. It got moved in here from the living room in 2013 was when Grandpa got his new TV. He got a 65-inch 3D Vizio. It's still in there. But that TV has not moved since 2013. It's still in the same spot. Sony? I haven't had a Sony TV. We went through, growing up, we had Quasar, we had Emerson's, we had, General Electric. I think there were a couple General Electrics, but yeah, I don't think we ever had a Sony TV. I think we had a Sony VCR at one point. Did they make VCRs? Is that right? Well, they're ghost name. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's what we had. We had one of those. We had one of them for a while like that. Had that button layout. Well, that's not what I clicked on. There we go. We had one like that, but we also had, it's out in the shed, isn't it? Because I was messing around with a 1960 black and white General Electric TV we've been trying to get up and going for the channel. Sony Trinitron. Sony Trinitron. I see that on the CRT groups a lot. People like those Trinitrons. Yeah, those are good TVs too. Yeah, I've never owned one, but I've heard good things about them. Oh gosh, any of you guys ever have to move one of those big guys? 36 inch. That'd probably get us a Sharp. Nope. No. I was gonna see if I could find that one real quick. Oh no, Sony Trim. All right. Yeah, that's what that. Well, that doesn't do much good. Oh, yeah. Anyway, all right. But yeah, the Trinitron seemed like pretty good TVs. We had Quasar. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's how you spell it, but no, it didn't have well, we did have one like that. We did have a little VHS unit. I got that at a church sale, actually. They about gave it to me because I think I gave $1 for it. They said the VHS player didn't work. I got it home. I ran a head cleaner through it, and it worked fine. We used that thing for years. I think it's still kicking around out there at my parents' somewhere. Oh, my grandparents had a few of those little mini TVs, the cheap ones with the cassette player on top. What are they? Are they GNX TV with? Well, maybe it's not GNX. Yeah, that guy, GPX. There it is. That little guy with the cassette player on the top and the radio in it. My grandparents had a couple of those. They'd run them in their camper. No, thank you. Too big, too heavy. Oh, yeah. They don't make them like they used to. No, definitely not. Definitely not. You got to think that TV's from 80, 85, 86, something like that. You know, that thing's from like the 80s. It still powers on, works great. That TV I'm working on from the 60s. Where is my thing? There it is. See, I'm working on this TV. I'll show you it in a sec. As soon as I can bring it up. GE. Alright, open. One sec. Here's the TV we're working on right now. I've got that out in the shed. I need to get some new tubes for it. We found out some tubes were bad. And it probably needs a recap.
It looks like we have horizontal, but we don't have any vertical.
I found out the vertical tube is bad. My uncle had a tube tester because my grandpa used to do radios. He was big into ham radios. He taught electronics classes. So he had all this test equipment, tubes, and all sorts of stuff. And my uncle ended up getting some of that. So I was able to borrow it and do some tube testing. CRTs are hard to come by nowadays. They're getting harder to find. Yes, definitely. I got that one at an auction. I think I gave $5 for it. Because no one bid on it. And they're like, well, starting bid was $5 or something. And it's like, all right. So I was like, I'll take a gamble on it and see if we can get a picture out of it. But we're still working on that. That's a project for the channel. I mess with so much different stuff. I'm not great at any of it. I did find a Sam's for that, thankfully. I haven't found any videos online about that specific model of TV. So that made me go buy a Sam's. If you guys don't know what a Sam's is, it's basically a complete breakdown TV Sam's. Manual. Sam's Photo Fact. There's the word I'm looking for. But basically, it's a total breakdown of the inside of a TV. I watch a lot of Shango 66. I don't know what it is about his videos, but I can put them on while I'm like winding down from the day, and I'll just enjoy it. And sometimes I doze off. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm too interested to doze off, and I want to see the thing work, you know. But he gets into some real cool stuff. But yeah, that's kind of what a photofax is. It's a total breakdown of everything. So yeah, I think I'm going to go back to my baseline and try and find something else to talk about. I had an article up. Yeah, we found LimeWire. I didn't have good enough internet to really play around with LimeWire. That was not something I ever really messed with. So I don't have a whole lot to say on LimeWire. Downloading viruses and wrongly named songs since 2000. Get excited about Scholastic order forms. Yeah, we kind of talked about Scholastic stuff earlier. But yeah, I do remember the order forms. Oh, hit me. There was a Slime Lab thing that they sold through here. And I ordered it. Mom was upset because I paid for it. Yeah, or she paid for it. And we never got it. It never came in. And kept bugging them. And they're like, we don't know. And it's like, well, what do you mean you don't know? So I never ended up getting it. And that was kind of sad. Well, here's our Nokia 3310. Someone brought that up earlier and we looked it up. There you go, the brick phone. It needs a battery change. I thought it was always 90. It needs a battery charge. I thought it was always 99%. MSN Messenger. That's another thing. I didn't have good enough internet, but our teachers did have that. I remember them pinging each other all the time. You get the boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. sounds from the messages going off. They'd be talking back and forth. I've had some of the worst conversations of my life on this. Friendship bracelets, no. That was more of a girl thing. I know that they did do it. I remember seeing them with different charms and stuff on them. Linkin Park, yeah, I like Linkin Park. It's not my it's not the highest band on my list, but it's far from the lowest. Anyone else have a stage in the cafeteria? No, didn't have a stage in our cafeteria. Well, our stage was in our high school, and even the grade schoolers would go up there to use that for plays and stuff, which was always neat when we did like a play rehearsal or our music class. We did like a singing thing for every Christmas. They'd have us go up there and sing. I hated it. It's like, you want me to come into school on a school night? I don't want to do that. Like, I didn't want to be there. And you're going to make me sing in front of a bunch of people? And it's like, well, now I'm talking in front of a bunch of people. So it's like, all right, I guess it was good training for that. Get me used to talking to a crowd. But it's like, I didn't really care for it, honestly. But I don't know. It was kind of fun getting to go up there and mess around. We always had to take our shoes off, though. They didn't like street shoes out on the gym floor. So we either had to walk around the border or they made us take our shoes off if we were going to go play out on the floor. And for gym class, we always had to change. We had to have a second pair of shoes to keep clean so we didn't scratch up the floor. That was always the big thing there. But yeah, our main, even the high school, we had like a gym that was really for the grade school, and then the junior high, when they added on, they got their own gym, and then the high school had its own gym. But everybody met in that middle room for lunch. They just staggered out when you ate. Grade schoolers ate a little earlier, and then junior high came in at a different time. Then high school and junior high were kind of somewhat together in that room. But ours had these big tables that came out of the walls. There were tables, well, they weren't like that. They were they were benches. They were like folding tables that folded down, and they had like a full bench across the top. They didn't have the little single seat things. But we also had like these big tables that folded up in the walls. They'd fold away. Jelly shoes. I remember light up shoes. I remember having a pair of sandals, and that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty cool. That took a lot of convincing for my mom to get me them, because I was like, oh, they light up. And she's like, how long is that going to last? But she ended up buying them for me. But I don't think they actually lasted very long. She's like, I told you. They weren't going to last that long, kind of deal. Oh, well. It was fun to have. Man, I was wearing these in the 80s. Motorola Razr, yeah, a lot of kids at school had Razrs. And then there was another one. What was the other one? Wasn't there like one that had the flip-out keyboard? There was the Droid when that came out. That's what it was, right? Yeah, that guy. Yeah, they had the flip out keyboard kind of. Yeah, a lot of people ended up getting that after the Razrs. But I do remember a lot of them had Razrs. A lot, not a ton of them. Probably like 7 or 8 people I can think of had one of these. I came from a small class. Our classes were like... Was I on an island? No. Sidekick. That could be too. Got a question? All right. Go ahead, words. No, I wasn't. I'm in Illinois. I'm like between St. Louis and Springfield in Illinois. Ever have a Nokia or Motorola? No, I never did. I never did. I wasn't. I didn't have a. I never had a cell phone until 2000, like like right after 2011, almost 2012, because I started going to college, and that was like an hour drive from my place to the college I was going to. So it was kind of like, all right, you need to have a cell phone. What I did instead, because I always just drove, I kept it local anyway. I had a CB in my truck. I had a base station set up at my parents' house. So anytime I would go out on my own, I'd turn the base station. I had a big antenna. So I turned the base station on, and I was like, I hope I can either relay home or they'll just hear me. I'm close enough, because I had a pretty good antenna on my truck. I still got it. It's on my new truck, my Ram. I can't think of what it's called, but I had a pretty good antenna on that truck because my dad had that laying around. Because my dad used to drive semi trucks, and they always had to have the latest greatest thing, so it was a pretty decent one for CB, CB stuff. We had a landline. How did they get a hold of me? They had a landline. They knew my landline number. That's how everyone got a hold of you. I got to go get a drink real quick, guys. We're going to take another quick little break, and I got maybe an hour left in me to stream, and then we'll probably wrap it up, okay? I'm going to take a break, come back, probably stream for another hour-ish, and then we'll go on. But yeah, we had a landline. I didn't have a cell phone yet, not till like 2012, 2013. So, pagers, I had one, but it was never hooked up to anything. I got it like a dollar bag sale. It was just kind of neat to mess around with. It would vibrate and you could make it beep and stuff. But yeah, it was never hooked up to a service. But I do know what pagers were. Anyway, I will be back shortly. Nostalgia Journey continues. Well, in a few minutes. Stay hydrated. Thanks. Are we back? Kind of. Alrighty. Tighten that just a little bit so it's less. Alright, there you go. Okay, so we're back. I got a drink. That's good. I needed a second rest of my voice. Oops. The Sims. I had. Was it The Sims 2? I'd have to look at the cover of The Sims 2. I don't think I had the first Sims. What's up? Oh, we're just going through nostalgia. We're going through all sorts of school stuff, and I don't know. We've been going down. We've talked about calculators and TVs and phones and pencil sharpeners. It's like we've been all over the place. We're just kind of going down this list here I found and just going over, oh yeah, this, that. No, I never had that, but I did have a cassette player that was something similar looking to that. Nope, not something I had. I think a few of the girls at school might have had that, the toe socks. I could think of a couple of them that might. Oh, the movie line. What's up? Man, sorry. Not a. I thought that'd be more a. I thought that'd be more a. Isn't that a Mountain Dew commercial, more or less? The What's Up? Isn't that from a Mountain Dew commercial? Oh, from Scary Movie. Okay. Or is it the Budweiser commercial? Because I think they were probably parroting this. This I've seen before.
Hello? Hey, who? What's up? Nothing, B. Just watching the game, having a bud. What's up with you? None. Watching the game, having a bud. True. What's up?
See, I think that's what they were talking about. Or what they were parodying. Scary Movie. I've never seen Scary Movie. My brain went more to this.
Yo.
What's up?
So what's up, B? Watching the game, having a bud.
That's what I was thinking of when you said that. That was more where my brain went. Which I believe Scary Movie. I don't want to play that one. I'll probably get copyright. But the commercial I'm less likely to. But the movie they're probably going to hit that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were referencing that. But no, I've never actually seen Scary Movie before. I need to. That's kind of on the list because I've had a lot of people at work try and quote stuff from that before. I'm just like, I don't get it. I'm just not a huge movie watcher. I watch YouTube. I want to learn something. I watch like Vice Grip Garage or Junkyard Digs or Shango 66. It's like I enjoy watching someone do something more than I enjoy watching a movie. But that's just I'm just quirky that way, I guess. It's let's see here. Yeah, we talked about those calculators and those I never cared for these calculators. That's the ones they always gave us at school, and I didn't like them. There was something about them I just didn't like. Maybe it's because the school gave us. Maybe it's because it's the ones the school had. I don't know. Boo, Tamagotchi. I never had a Tamagotchi. They're back in stores now. Maybe I ought to get one. We could mess around with it. Chatterbox. I remember a few people at school made those, but it was a very rare thing to see. I can only think of like twice in art class where I remember them ever playing around with it. But pretty cool. Call them fortune tellers at school. Yeah. Blockbuster. I don't think there was a Blockbuster in my direct area. We had a Family Video. We had a movie gallery. I know there was a movie gallery and Family Video. I feel like there was another one that was like a movie store, but it might have been like a one-off local thing they had. Because they had like video games and stuff, too, that they sold. But, yeah, Family Video, they always had that pillar thing out front. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they had this big thing. And you'd hardly ever see it on. The only time I remember seeing it on was like, okay, the town I'm in has a drive-in. Big drive-in movie theater. And after the movie gets done, sometimes we drive around a bit at night just because it's weird seeing the city, at like 10:30, 12 o'clock. I don't know why. I don't know why we did that, but we did. And you drive by there and the lights, this big pillar is lit up. And it's like, oh, that's cool to see it lit up. But I don't remember why we did that. But yeah, Family Video. Go get. I never rented any games out of there, but some of the games that are here, might be some down there, I think have Family Video stickers on them. Maybe they're movie gallery. Hold on, because I know when they went on sale, sometimes my cousins or my uncle or... That's a good game. I like that one. Star Wars Starfighter for the PlayStation 2. Nope. Aqua used. I think that's a GameStop logo. I think that's a GameStop. I don't really remember playing that one. I don't remember playing Aqua. Jam Pack. That one's got a bunch of Dynasty Warriors 3, Final Fantasy X, Baldur's Gate, Extermination. I kind of want to play Extermination on the channel. I thought that was such a cool... It was just a demo for it, but I thought it was cool. Jak and Daxter, that's a good one. It's a little hard, but it's pretty good. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. One of my friends had that. SSX Tricky. That one was pretty good. That one was a demo on this. That's a Jam Pack Underground. We had someone in here earlier said that they did like testing for the underground stuff, which was pretty cool. Maximo. I don't remember what this one's about. Looks like it's a RPG kind of deal. It has a... What does that say? Electronics Boutique. That's where that one came from. Intellivision Lives. Boy, that camera's so low quality, it's not even worth trying, is it? We got Corvette 50th Anniversary Edition. Yeah, used. These all must have just came from GameStop, because that looks like the old GameStop logo. Jak and Daxter 2, or Jak 2. That's a good one. I like that one. And of course we got the first one too. Had to get both of them. SpongeBob SquarePants Lights Camera Pants. I can't remember anybody actually playing this here. Maybe one of my younger cousins did, but I don't ever remember anyone playing this. We had such a selection of games here that it never... I don't think anyone really played this one either. X-Men. I don't remember. For the GameCube. I remember playing this one a little bit. I don't remember why I stopped. The Pac-Man, because it was like a 3D version of Pac-Man. Donkey Konga. We used to have the bongos around here, but they're required to play, so once my uncle took those back with him, this game was pretty much useless. No one could play it. Or no, the bongos were around here. No, they'd be there if we had them yet. Okay, we don't have those here. Billy Hatchard and the Giant Egg, I like that one a lot too. And what's the last one? Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. Sadly, this one's missing. I don't know what happened to it. This was a really fun game. I played it once, and I think somebody took it home with them. I think one of my cousins took it home with them because I really wanted to get back to playing this, and I never did. I was like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And I think one of my cousins borrowed it. Oh well, that's all right. That's kind of what we do here. That's the tractor stuff. Anyway, I don't know why it's in with those, but all right. But yeah. Oh, Teen Titans. That was the other one that was that was the last thing that was in the console. And Animal Crossing's around here somewhere too for the GameCube. I booted it up and it's like, you're 900 days late or something. It's been a bunch of days since the last time you played. I'm like, oh shoot. Take a shower? Why? And what makes you think I need to take a shower? Former lady hospital Secret Service let me in all alone at the ranch. Vimo me, no, we're not doing that. I just block that. Yeah. No, we're not putting up with that nonsense. So yeah, Blockbuster. It wasn't a Blockbuster for me. It was a family video in a movie gallery, but a lot of fun. Always go in there looking for movies. Well, always. It was a very rare occasion, but if we knew, like, spring break was coming up for us being out of school or Christmas vacation, something like that, that's generally when we would get movies. You know, Mom would be like, oh, I need something to tide the kids over for a little bit, you know. iPod Nano. Nice. One of my friends had the big fat iPod when it came out. Yeah, that's about all I got to say. I didn't have one. He'd let me borrow his old MP3 player. It was a little white thing. I liked it. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. 1 gigabyte, yeah. He listened to a lot of heavier rock stuff, almost like Screamo, like As I Lay Dying and Emery and Demon Hunter. a lot of like Christian bands because his mom was pretty religious kind of deal. So I kind of listened to that on the bus, and I was like, okay, cool. I guess that kind of grew that music taste into me, huh? But my music tastes are all over the place. And sometimes I just listen to things I wouldn't think I'd ever listen to just to mix it up because I get bored with the same songs over and over again sometimes. Boop, 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 boop. Where is this thing at here? No, not that. Here it is. So, yeah, that was kind of my experience with that. I never really messed around with an iPod. Farmville didn't have the internet to do... That's Facebook, right? Didn't have the internet to do that. Didn't really have the time to play it either. RuneScape was about the most online game I ever played. Me and my best friend working on our Donkey Kong Banjo-Kazooie fan titled The DKBK Jungle. Nice. Spoon collection on the wall. Oh yeah, a bunch of spoons. Nope, never owned a Nokia. I never owned a Nokia. I think my grandma had some of these. I remember seeing them somewhere. It could have been one of my aunts, or maybe my other grandma. I remember seeing a couple of these. I remember this one specifically, with the three of them, with the Rice Krispies, the three of them. So full strawberry shortcake. Cool. Do you ever report back to Lumbridge? Yeah. Oh, yeah. My internet was so slow, my friends would teleport back. And I'd be like, where'd you guys go? By the time it updated, I'd be like, oh, they just disappeared. They must have teleported again kind of deal. It's like, okay, where'd you guys go? Plastic tube with water, fish inside. Try to squeeze it, it just rolls itself. I still have, it's upstairs. It probably froze. In school, did any of you make like an oil and water thing? Like we put blue dye and so much water in, and then we put like vegetable oil in on top of it. I think it was vegetable oil, and it would separate. You'd shake it up and it would separate. They were trying to show how oil floated on water. And we all got to put one little like marine life animal thing. I had a dolphin in mine. And it was a soda bottle, like a Coke soda bottle. It's still upstairs. I have to see if I can find that. Using a taxi to Vardock. A taxi. Wasn't that... Didn't you build a boat to go down river? Isn't that what the... Or maybe that was the taxi I'm thinking of. Been betrayed... Oh, in the Wildy? Gosh, it's been so long since I've played. I probably did. I've been attacked in the Wildy before. I know that much. Maybe. It's been, like I say, it's been years since I really sat down and played RuneScape. The last time I did it, I got on with my brother. That was probably 2018, 2019, something like that. He's kept up my old account. He logs into it from time to time and messes around with it just to keep it active. Even though I'll probably never get back on it. Maybe I should. I don't know enough about RuneScape anymore to even touch it. But my brother was trying to have me follow him around and stuff. But he does hardcore. He does like Iron Man builds and everything else just for the fun of it. Nintendo DS, I didn't have one of those. I remember some people at school had them. I played around with them a little bit, but I never had one. I always kind of wanted one. Lip balms. Burt's Bees. Yep, that's generally what I ended up using. I was really bad about getting chapped lips in the winter. I always had to carry some of that around because it was bad. I don't know why it was so bad. I don't hardly get that anymore, but back then I used to get chapped lips all the time. Eminem, he's not bad. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say on him. If I'm in the right mood, I'll listen to his music. Or if it comes on, I'll go, all right, get along with it. What about a Game Boy? Oh, I guess you missed that. Yeah, I kind of talked about that already. I had a Game Boy Color, and when I got it, it was about, I want to say it was a purple one. Yeah, it was this guy right here. That's exactly what it looked like. Yeah. It's kind of a purplish one. I got it at a yard sale for like $5, so I couldn't be too picky on the price. Eminem recently passed away? I don't know. Can you spell it? Eninem. Pass away? No, he's alive. Currently making Death of Slim Shady. So he's making a song about dying, but he's not dead. There you go. There's your answer. Hearts of... Hey, have you heard of Hearts of My Arcade? No, Hearts of My Arcade. I'm not totally sure what that is. What handheld emulators do you have? I have Mujum V4 and Mini Plus. I think I was using, was it My Boy? Is that the one I was using? It was working, so I didn't really have to ask much of it. I was playing, I think it was My Boy. Play Guy is what I was using. This here. And it worked good. We were able to play shoot. What was it? It was Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge. That's what we were playing on it. And it worked fine. I didn't have any hiccups with it. The saves worked. But yeah, that's so far it's the only one I've really used. I use Nestopia for, or is it Nestopia? I use Nestopia for the Nintendo stuff. I guess I'm using Play Guy at the minute for this. Dolphin for GameCube stuff. Is that only software? Mine's hardware. Yeah, this is just software. Are you talking about the capture? Capture from a console? So you like Atari? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm a little... Have you heard of Hearts of My Arcade? So you like Atari? I'm trying to figure out what's being said here. Do I like Atari? Well, I like it enough that I bought one. I got a... they call this a Vader model generally. It's all black instead of wood grain. 2600 right here. But I got that at a sale. Ooh. Here's a game center. It can sit on top of it. You can hold your games in. But yeah, you know, we got all the good ones. We got E.T. We got Circus. Are we even in focus? I need to get a better camera. Slot racers. Air Sea Battle. I was recently, last thing I was playing was Fast Food, and that one was a lot of fun. I think that's probably my favorite one I've played out of all of them. Where did it all go wrong for Atari? Well, right there. I just had it. If you ask some people, it was this one right here. It was E.T. It was. The story goes that this was such a bad game, and they threw it all out in the desert and all the cartridges, and it didn't sell real well, and it was kind of their downfall. But I don't know. I'm sure there was more to it than just one game flopping for them. You know, that sounds. I don't know. Probably they couldn't keep up with Nintendo, would be my big guess, because, you know, that's a pretty old system compared to what the NES was. The graphics were a totally different thing. E.T., what a shame. I apologize for horrible spelling, trying to ask you, have you ever heard of My Arcade or the Plug and Play games? Oh, yeah. I had a couple of Plug and Play games throughout the years. I did have the one that had Pac-Man. Let's see. I can probably show you exactly what I had. I had this one, the Namco TV one. I got that at another auction. Boy, I buy all this. That's how I got my stuff. Was I convinced my dad that, hey, I want this box of stuff, and he's like, okay, I'll bid on it, and then it goes for cheap, and then I end up getting it, and it's like, all right, cool. But anyway, because we were always going to auctions and yard sales and stuff, we did that a lot. And then at the end of the sale, what didn't sell, Dad'd be like, all right, we're just take all that stuff too and bring it with us. Or he'd do the pity bid where they can't get anything out of it. And he'd give them $1 for it. And they'd be like, all right, so good, get it out of here. And then we take it and we'd sort through. We'd donate a good chunk of stuff that was donatable. We'd keep the stuff we wanted, and then we'd pitch the rest. We were kind of a. That's how our whole lifestyle's kind of been. We've kind of donated stuff off, kept some of the stuff, thrown stuff away, help the auction clean up, just like get rid of stuff. I don't sell anything on eBay. That's too much work. I don't sell stuff. I only buy stuff. I'm not much. Did I see the RGB plugin? I see that RGB plugin. Atari and Nokia, both companies who couldn't adapt to the 21st. Yep. Atari and Nokia. Yep. Anyway, the question was asked, what plug and plays did I have? I had this one. My brother had one that was like I feel like it was something to do with Spider-Man. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. It was like a controller. It had a really bad D-pad on it. It looked something. I think the controller looked something like that. It was a controller kind of like that he had. I think it was black, but I think he had one of those. And then the weirdest one that I ever had was called a Power Joy. This guy right here, I had one of these. And it's got a zapper built into the back of it. That little airplane looking thing is a light gun. So you can play like duck hunt and stuff with it. The A and B, it looked like an N64 controller. Which I don't know where mine went. Oh, well. Anyway, it looked like an N64 controller. You guys know what that looks like. Except you had start and stop for, or start and select for A and B, where A and B would be, and then the 4 ways where you're like A, B, and then whatever. And I don't remember the analog, the joystick working very well, but I remember most games ended up using the pad over here. And then Player 2, yeah, there's Player 2, was basically a PS1 controller, and it plugged into Player 1. So Player 1 back here had a cable, had this cable coming off that went out to the TV, and then you had the other cable plugged into Player 2. So it was kind of unwieldy holding on to that thing. And then, if I remember correctly, because I had the cartridge for it, it was like 500 games, or hold on, is there a cartridge in this video or in this one? This one's got the cartridge. No, my cartridge was a little taller than that, and it had more games. But I'm pretty sure you could put Famicom games into that cartridge slot. I read somewhere that would work. It would play Famicom games. How much is the shipping price? Well, I don't sell them, but I don't know what the shipping price would be. $4.84 is what they got on this one for $20. That's not a bad buy. I'm not the one selling these. If you're thinking that I'm selling stuff, it's not me. I don't sell anything. One plug-and-play devices have pull position, a few other games. You must twist the stick and turn the pull position. Yeah. Well, I think that might have been the one I had. Was let's see here, because I had. I don't remember if this had the little arrow keys. No, I don't think this one was it. Did this have pull? What does it say? What it has? Pac-Man, Boschman, Galaxy, Dig Dug. Yeah, Rally X. Okay, it had Rally X. So it wasn't this one, but yeah, that's a good idea. What you're saying there. Coming addictive to a collector of devices like Minio Mini Plus. Could you Google it? Sure, I can look that up. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a neat looking little Game Boy unit. Yeah, $50. That might be worth picking up. Become an addictive collector of them. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a neat little setup. I like the one that looks like a Advanced SP. I always liked the Advanced SP, the look of it. I always thought that was a good looking unit. There's something about that one I liked better than the. Maybe it's just because my hands, like the Advance made sense. The straight Game Boy being flat like that always felt weird to hold on to. But I don't know why, but something about that one just felt good to me. Over 20,000 games on up to PS1. Now that's pretty cool. It's got a little bit of power in it to be playing PS1 games then. That's good. Whoop. I'm clicking stuff I don't want to click. Okay, mouse pad's getting all... Gayest stream ever. Okay. I guess we got an expert in the comments, huh? Fruit Loop cereal straws, never had those. Didn't get to have those. Space Maker, yeah. A lot of people had the Space Makers. I thought I didn't like them. I had one year, and that little latch broke off, and everything went everywhere. Because we had art class. That's the only reason I had that. I didn't like it. I moved up to a... Sent 100 for 2 jewels. Well, thank you, Arizona Rom from Tucson. Tucson. Thank you for the bits or the jewels. I don't know. YouTube. I just got set up to where I could take gifts like that. I don't know anything about them. I had to verify my ID and everything, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I guess if people want to do that, but thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, I opted to get away from the Space Maker. I got a what's it called? Tucson. That doesn't help me, but I'm sorry. Tucson. Is it Tucson? It's not Tuscan. It's Tucson. Everyone's Space Maker broke. Oh, good. I'm not alone. Because I remember I had all my art supplies crammed into that thing, and it hit the ground, and they were just all over the place. Colored pencils, markers, the little paint tray with all the paints, the water paint, color paint. They wanted us to have all that stuff. The list was like a mile long of, art supplies. Well, you need one of everything, basically. I don't remember what I was going to look up. Oh, yeah, the pencil box I used. I still have it. It's out at my parents' somewhere. Not that style. I had a sliding style. Yeah, shoot, that's about the color it was too. That red. Yeah, one of those. It was exactly like that. It was red. I liked that a lot. That was a really good pencil box. I used that all through high school. That took me from like 7th grade all through high school, the same pencil box. And I had that thing so crammed full of pencils. And I used to rent out pencils to people. I'd either sell them for like 25 cents, or I'd rent them out for 25 cents. That way, if they kept it, I kept they never got it back to me. I kept 25 cents. Or I'd sell it to them for 50 and they could keep it. I was like, sure, I'll let you borrow it, but I'm going to need that quarter. And they knew it. And I always had pencils for them, so they always had money on them. So it worked out. Anyway. Oh, well. It all worked out good. As a kid, did you hook your consoles up to stereo systems? Get awesome mono stereo sound? Kind of. Yeah. I messed around a lot. Like, okay, my dad's got this big Quonset shed. I used to work out. Well, I still work out in the shop a lot. But I had this big console unit, like stereo console unit. I think it was a Panasonic with a record player and stuff. So at an auction, I bought this giant loudspeaker. I mean, it was a big, like, external loudspeaker. I put that on the side, and you could hear all around the property. We lived out in the country. I could have music playing. You could be on, any half of the property. And my neighbor down the road, he's like, man, I hear your music. I'm like, you're a good distance away to be hearing that. But I did have one, another thing I got at a yard sale. There's another thing. Most of my stuff came from yard sales. I bought an old surround sound system. I can't remember what the brand was on it. It wasn't Sony. Was it Pioneer? Maybe it was a Pioneer set. Anyway, and I had surround sound in my room for quite a while. I had it hooked into the TV. So yes, I did mess around with audio stuff when I was younger. That was something I played with quite a bit. It was kind of nice having a subwoofer and everything. I thought it sounded pretty good. Had the exact same experience as me. Oh, about the pencil box breaking open. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I think there were a few other kids in class where that happened to as well, and I just did not like them. Pencil box made of stone contained only chisels. Trip to school was uphill both ways. when I was in school, my pencil box was made of stone and contained only chisels. My trip to school was uphill both ways, waist deep snow, even in the summer. I had to carry my Atlas Alti away from saber-tooth tigers. Oh, the sit and reach bench test. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I think everybody remembers that. I was like, I'm very tall. How far forward do you expect me to reach? I'm like 6'7". How far forward do you think I'm going to reach? Like, yeah, I never made it very far into it. I was not a flexible person. I'm still not. But yeah, there was that. They had us do pull-ups. They had us do push-ups, pull-ups, that thing. For some reason, we did like a pull-up and hold, where you kind of hold yourself up and see how long you could hold yourself. My brother, he locked in on that one. He just held himself up, and they're like, are you ever going to come down? Okay, we need you to get down now. Like, why? He just locked himself in and kept up there. What is this? I've never seen it before. Oh, you never had to. I think that was that presidential fitness thing we had to do. So it's possible other people missed it. I think it was sponsored by McDonald's. I remember us getting McDonald's cups. Did anyone else get McDonald's cups? I remember us getting little McDonald's, like they were the small sized ones. And we got orange juice in them. I'm like, oh, cool, we're getting soda. And it's like orange juice. I'm like, dang. I see McDonald's, I'm thinking, oh, we're getting Pepsi or Coke. That'd be Coke from McDonald's. Tamagotchi, I didn't have one. There was one floating around here. I can't find it, but I don't know if someone took it or it's still here somewhere. Not allowed to take it to school, so I had to take care of it for the rest of the day so it wouldn't die. Lord of the Rings, I've only seen one of them, and it felt very slow at the beginning, and it really picked up at the end, but I really don't have much else to say about it. Like, they were, like, storming a castle or something, I remember. I was like, oh, yeah, this is getting really good, and then it, like, ended? Is that right? Or did I quit watching it? It was one or the other. Found one of those magic grow animals that continue to expand. Oh, yeah, I remember those. Oh, yeah, here's the dinosaur. They're going to get huge. They went from, like, this big to that big. We left that, my brother and I left that in water for quite a while, and we're like, that thing didn't get any bigger. You know, a class living... A what? Do you know a class live... Do you know Class A living? And can you look it up? Class A living? You have to get a little more specific on that one. I'm not totally sure. Is that another YouTuber or... Miniclip? Miniclip had a lot of good stuff on it. Yeah, that was one that didn't get brought up, I don't think. We had addicting games, we had cool games, we had cool math games, we had Newgrounds, but I don't think Miniclip came up. Yep, CD player. I finally got a CD player, but my friend started letting me borrow his CDs. because he got a MP3 player, and then he got an iPod, and then I started just using his MP3 player. All I had to do was supply the batteries. He didn't care about me using it. Took one AAA battery, and it lasted a long time. It's the greatest day of my life. Got a Dance Dance Revolution game. I never played that. I've never actually been to an arcade. Okay. Pro Skater for the N64. That was another game I never played. I played a little bit of Underground for GameCube. Is that what it was for? I don't quite remember. PS2. Making beads at daycare. We didn't do anything like that at school. I remember we made like little bracelets or something one year. I was kindergarten, first grade. We made out of macaroni. That's what it was. We did macaroni art. It wasn't beads. It was macaroni. It was that multicolored macaroni. No rubber. Yep. Oh yeah. Right on it. Yes and no. Right on your eraser. Those erasers. The white ones worked better than the pink ones. The pink ones never worked that good. I always had better luck with the white erasers. Yeah, someone brought that up in the chat, and I've never seen Scary Movie. I guess it was a really good movie because everybody seems to know about it. Mean Girls, I haven't seen that one either. I wasn't a huge movie person. Movie theater carpeting, again, I've only been in a movie theater to see. Well, we went and saw Taken, me and my friends, and there was something else we went and saw, and we only saw a handful of movies. I only went and saw a handful of movies with them. Nope, never ate off those. But I did have it was, Walmart had them. They were like elephants, where the nose was like you drank out of. It was almost like a straw. Does anyone remember that? No, it was almost like a blow molded thing. Because I've never seen another one. No. Nope. I remember it was like a blow molded plastic thing. We got them at Walmart one year. Plastic elephant with nose. I don't know. No. But it looked something like that, but it was plastic. And the nose acted like a straw. No, it wasn't that. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't see it. I remember it was all one color and it was like a blue. There, there we go, elephant hat. Maybe that's it. Well, good job, Google. It's like, oh, well, I'll show you a picture, but I won't bring up the thing you're looking for. That's it. Elephant toddler funky drink cup. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm not crazy. It was a thing. Yeah, I remember that lid too. Okay, $21.99. Yep. Okay. But silly bands. I never had silly bands. I do remember some kids did. It wasn't. I don't think it was the hugest thing in my school. Mighty Beans. There were a few kids that had those. I think there's actually a couple around here in this house somewhere. Geo Mag, never had that one. I never had Heelys. A couple kids around school had Heelys, and they didn't have them very long because they got in trouble for it pretty much. They were rolling down the hallway. I thought that was a neat idea. Wasn't allowed Heelys because of my bad coordination. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, that's probably same thing for me. I probably don't need to mess with that. Game Boy DS, Nintendo DS, we already went on to that. Dinosaurs Before Dark. I don't remember. Magic Treehouse. I remember the Magic Treehouse series, but I don't remember reading it. Oh, Dragon Ball. Oh, yeah, that's an easy yes. I still watch that. Some things never change. Oh, finally someone knows that DBZ was the second in the series, not the original. Well, it was DBZ, but Dragon Ball wasn't available. Harry Potter, yeah. Read that, watched the movies. Had that. Great game. Yeah, they changed for Halloween. Yep. I think Christmas and Halloween they changed the theme around. If you boot them up on those days. For hit and run. Beyblade spinners come with Lay's and cheese potato. Oh, yeah. Nope, never had a Beyblade. Game Boy camera. There was one of those in here. I played around with it when I got my Game Boy Color. It was kind of neat to mess around with. I don't know what happened to it. I don't think it's here anymore. I think my uncle might have taken that with him. Old PlayStation 2. I've got one of them. Played a lot of that. PlayStation 2 is good. Guitar Hero. That was a big thing. That was a big thing. I do remember I was no good at it. Much like a real guitar, I can't play either one. Not for lack of trying, but more for lack of coordination. One of my cousins was really good at that. We'd just watch him play it. But he could play a real guitar too, so Bridget Jones' Diary, not sure. Paper Toss. I didn't have an iPad. So not something I ever played. Live Strong. Yeah, I'd always see people wearing these bracelets around. I tried. I don't know. We got a couple of them in class, and I tried wearing them. I didn't like wearing them. They always grabbed onto your hair, and it felt like they were pulling on it. I don't know. I didn't care much for those bands. How we got away with it for so long, I still find shocking. Pokemon cards. Don't open them now. But, yeah. I had some Pokemon cards, but not very many. I didn't get those till later. At another yard sale, I bought a whole binder of someone's collection. And I don't know. I could never really figure out how to play Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh was always more my thing. Me and my brother, we'd play Yu-Gi-Oh a lot. And I understood Yu-Gi-Oh enough to play with other people. And shoot, even at work, you got guys in your, mid-20s all the way into your 30s and 40s. People are playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and they're in the break room, and I'm like, all right. We all grew up around, we're all around the same age. We all played Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like, okay. So, Club Penguin, never played it. 2012, 2015. Grinch Stole Christmas. I liked that movie. That seemed like a big movie. I remember getting McDonald's toys. I had like one that was the Grinch with like a heart that lit up. I can't remember what else there was with that. Destiny's Child band. Don't know. No opinion. Those things, yeah, we had one of those. I feel like, didn't it come in a McDonald's? Wasn't it a McDonald's toy? Poochie Dog? Wasn't that a McDonald's toy? Wasn't there like a more advanced version of that too? Yeah, I thought there was a... Poochie. Yeah, there was a McDonald's version. Yeah. Ooh, did anyone else get the Inspector Gadget ones? My dad actually... That was the most we ever had McDonald's, because Dad was kind of wanting to get the whole set of the thing. Dad... that was the most we ever had McDonald's, because Dad was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. McDonald's toy. Yeah, the entire McDonald's toy. Normally, we had a couple water guns. We had like 2 or 3 of the chests. I think we had one watch, and then we had a couple of the fronts. I don't think we ever had the legs, the hat, or the other arm. I think we had the watch, the squirt gun. I know we had the squirt gun. But yeah, the grabber arm, I don't remember what the 2 legs do. I think they both extended out. But I don't know, it was worth a shot. Try and get those. I'm glad Dad at least tried. Uh-oh. What happened? Why did we... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it closed out, or it went in a different tab. No. I don't know, I might have to go history. Inspector Gadget, hat, 10-1. Uh-oh. Ah, shoot. Oh, I hit back. Maybe that's what I did. Here we go. Hit and Run. Had that one too. Or no, Road Rage. We had Hit and Run and Road Rage. We had both. Road Rage wasn't near as good as Hit and Run was, but it was still fun to mess around with. Dreamcast. We had a Dreamcast. Dreamcast was great. You could burn games onto CDs. And the one we had would run them. My uncle had, books like this just full of burnt CDs with just like, I don't know if it was every game for the Dreamcast, but it was a lot of them. I don't know how he sat through and burned that many discs, but he had them. Rainbow Magic Pins. Yeah, I remember some of our teachers had these. Remember those caps. And I remember most of them never worked that great. They always seemed like they were dried out. If you wanted the good markers, you had to get the Crayola ones. Best Simpsons game I ever played? Yeah, it's really good. Self birthday fingerboard, tech deck. I think McDonald's did those too, didn't they? Because I think I had a tech deck, but it was a McDonald's one. Yeah, a Meals fingerboard. Yeah, I had one of them. No. I think I had this guy. I think I had this one here. I'm pretty sure I had this guy here. But yeah, I do remember those. Oh, we've been going for well over another hour. I said I had another hour in me. We're well over that, aren't we? Oh, well. Watching The Simpsons. Oh, we watch The Simpsons so much. Me and my brother, we quote The Simpsons all the time. All the time. Still to this day. Love The Simpsons. Remember Nintendogs? No, I don't. I know of it. I knew people that had it, but I did not have Nintendogs. I didn't have a DS. Good Charlotte, another band. Don't know. No opinion. Not much to say. Complete watch novice. Just bought this and love it. Yeah. Baby G protection. I do remember having watches like that. People having, that kind of setup with the dual face. I've got one around here somewhere. It had a solar. They started putting a solar panel in them to help keep its charge. And I've had that thing for years. I need to find it and see if it's still alive or not. I don't know where it went. Simpsons had very interesting predictions. Yeah, I mean, you make enough episodes and you do enough things. Sometimes things just are like, yeah, that probably has a high likelihood of happening. I will say that 9/11 one. Bart holding up the thing. Oh, only $9 and the Twin Towers there with 11. That's like, that's pretty on the nose. That's a pretty big coincidence, ain't it? Like, why $9? Or is that not real? Hold on. You're gonna make me go down rabbit holes. Yeah, Bart going 9, and you got the two towers there, like 9/11. It's like, wait a minute. That something about that just. I mean, I get it. It's New York. You're gonna have the Twin Towers in the background, but why $9? The arcade game, I have played the arcade game since, but yeah, it's definitely awesome. Stonecutter on my old Minecraft. I didn't get into Minecraft till recently. I just didn't have the internet for it. But me and one of my friends, we play. There's a stream on here. The maps are gone now, I guess. They updated and they won't load anymore. Where I built, I don't know if you've ever played Maniac Mansion for the NES, but I built pretty much a replica where the interior makes sense. The exterior doesn't. I had to put a bunch of facade up to make it look okay. But I made the Maniac Mansion house in Minecraft, and that was pretty cool. One of my friends at work, he made an entire Pokemon stadium, like from the game, the N64 game. He did such a good job. He was showing me that. He made the Pokemon stadium from there. He did even like the bleachers up in the top and everything, and it was so well done in Minecraft. Lost, not my thing. Got Switch running on an old CRT. Yep. I need to do a video on how to make that stuff work. You just need the right adapters. Sweet. You just need the right adapters, and you can make that. You basically just need an HDMI to composite, and if you need to go from composite to coax, there's another adapter you can get to that. It's not super difficult to do. You just need the right things, and make sure you get the ones going the right way. They've got ones that are HDMI in and then coax out, and then there are other ones that go the opposite way, where it's one way in and HDMI out. So it does make a difference which one you buy for going one way or the other, which is, you wouldn't think it would, but I've got one that does it one way, and I tried it and it didn't work at all, so I bought one that does it the other way, and it works fine. So it makes a difference, apparently. Brats. There were some girls at school when I was really young that were into that. Not my thing. Crocs. I see a lot of hate on Crocs. I see a lot of love on Crocs. I don't know. I've never worn one. I don't see steel toe on it. I'm a person that only wears steel toe things. After having my foot messed up with a pallet jack once, I'm like, nah, I'm never not wearing a steel toe again, and I haven't regretted it since. Especially working in the shop with, like, you know, you drop an engine on it, or a heavy piece of metal or a tool or something. It's like, yeah, it's nice having steel toe. I've had some close calls with things falling. Fan of Epstein? No, why? It's an introduction. Introduction to what? High School Musical, a lot of girls were into that. I wasn't. They'd all be singing songs from it. I didn't care for it. Favorite Bionicle. Wait a minute. Is that not right? Something doesn't look right. Pajama Sam. Yes. Yes, there are video playthroughs of You Just Came In. No, not a fan of Epstein. I don't know why you... Well, where we're getting that from. But anyway, Pajama Sam's great. Love it. There are some playthroughs on the channel. I was thinking about live streaming those. We did Spy Fox the other day. It got pretty good. People seem to enjoy that. So I was like, we might go through and replay Pajama Sam again. I know that one pretty well. I know the second one pretty well. The third one I never had growing up. And I think there was a fourth one. I think I've played them all on the channel, but that's been a while ago. Cosmo Girl. Not something I ever read. I never really got magazines. Yeah, bilingual. Did anyone else have... What type of game? Point and click? Yeah, Pajama Sam's point and click, yeah. It's I could boot it up real quick if you want to see. I could actually boot that up real fast. It's not a super long game, but we've been streaming for what, 5-6 hours? I'm getting... Where is Streamlabs? There it is. What are we on? We're on almost hour 6. I'm getting a little tired. I don't think we'll do a full playthrough of it. We could bring it up. VScum. Or Scum VM. Here we go. Well, I got the right... Oh, goodness. I don't know which one's the correct one. Yeah, I was having an issue with this, and some things weren't working. We'll guess it's the latest one. Nope, it crashed. It didn't like that. Well, I don't know, but anyway, yeah, it's a point and click game. We'll get into it at some point. This near the end, yeah. Played Tex Murphy. Nope, never played Tex Murphy. It sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the stream here. We've been going for like we're just about at 6. Oops, darn it! I hate when it does that. I want to put you there. Yeah, we're almost at 6 hours on the timer, you know. GOG torrent. Tex Murphy is great. Well, hold on, let me look it up. So it's a TV show. Or it's a game. $30. Well, it's got everything, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. It's like a... It's a point and click, huh? It's a shooter? Or what? Or... Good little rich for my blood. That... We might have to look into that. Might have to check that one out. Oh, yeah, it's got that 90s look to it. Oh, it's got video and everything. It kind of gives me some Titanic Adventure Out of Time vibes. Yeah, we might have to check that one out. I'll add that into my possibility list. Adventure point and click. Yeah, wait for a sale. Yeah, we'll have to wait for a sale. I'll keep an eye on that one. We might have to check that out in the future. I love point and click adventures. Those are the ones I'm a little better at. The side scrollers. We were playing Mario yesterday and Castlevania, and it's like, if you want to watch someone die a lot, you came to the right channel. Mario Kart Wii. Yes, I got some good memories with that one. They should have a Tesla one too. Should have the Tesla one too. Overseer, Killing Moon, Main Street Memorandum. I don't see it in here. It says complete pack. Overseer. I don't see Tesla. But, what was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought there. I'll keep an eye out for it though. Oh yeah, Mario Kart. That's what we were. What I was looking at there. My friends kind of hated me with Mario Kart. I had never played the Wii version, and they thought, oh yeah, we'll beat him good. But I was good at Mario Kart 64, is what they didn't realize, because I played a lot of that, and I ended up beating them. Every round we played, I didn't lose. And they're like, how? And they've been playing it a lot at that point. Now they couldn't keep up with me. I had never touched the game. Maybe I ought to stream Mario Kart. I have once before. I did all right, from what I remember. I think I was in the top 3 for the most part. Turbo Twist spelling. We had a leapfrog that was something like that. Oh yeah, the Nokia. Yeah, that was fun. That was. I'm getting tired. That was fun. That was a. I never had one, but Leap Zone Turbo, is that what it was? I guess that is what it was. I thought it was a little bit different. Yeah, it was this one. It was this thing we had. Yeah, it was like a math thing. That's what it was. We had one of those. We had one of those VTech laptops, too. I think it was a VTech 3000. Notebook 3000. There it is. That's what we had. One of them. Talking Whiz Kid. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's still out there at my parents' house somewhere. I might have to do a video on that too. There's so many video potentials. A yeet. What do you mean a yeet? Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on. I can get you a yeet. We're done with that.
You can even douse it in acid.
Yeet! Yeet! There's your yeet. that's where my brain goes with yeet. Done anything with Ghost in the Shell? No, I haven't. I'm a collector and big fan. That's why I'm asking. No, I haven't done anything with Ghost in the Shell. I have to look up what that is, to be totally honest. $95. No. I've never even seen it. There's so much I haven't seen. I've just never been a big movie person. Oh no. It's a 1995 movie. I might have to look into it. I say that, but it's like so many people have great recommendations, and I'm just not much of a movie watcher. That's the worst thing. I'm just not a huge movie fan. I don't get into them like I used to when I was growing up. I better be careful. They might flag that with copyright just to showing the video of it. Where were we? Yeah, but we had something like that. NPR. Didn't really get much into figurines, action figures, stuff like that. It just was never my thing. Yeah, same thing with superheroes. Just I haven't seen any of the new like Marvel movies or anything. Like Iron Man. I saw the first Iron Man. I thought it was pretty good. Hello, Retrimo. Welcome to the stream. We're winding down. I'm trying to find an exit ramp here. We could keep going, but my voice is getting tired. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours. We're approaching that time, and I'm running low on steam. Devil Wears Prada. I think I've seen that once before. It was on TV. Does this belong here? SpongeBob. I never watched SpongeBob growing up. I had whatever the antenna would give us. I had Kids WB, Fox Box. Well, it was Fox Box was the name of the block. So WB, Fox, NBC, and ABC. The one Saturday morning was on, but I don't remember them ever having SpongeBob. No, that'd be a Nickelodeon thing, wouldn't it? Yeah. So there was a lot. I had a couple Blues Clues tapes that were orange. I did have those when I was younger. I think I had Blues Clues and Little Bear. Is that what the name of it was? Something like that. Busby. Didn't really have Nerf guns. My parents didn't think that was a good thing for us to have because we kind of got into real guns pretty quick. So it was like, no, we better not do that one. Yeah, that was a good call. Because we started getting into 22s pretty fast. Pellet guns, 22s. Then we got up in the shotguns and bigger stuff. But Coke card. Nope, didn't have a Coke card. What does a Coke card do? Cutting Coke lines, maybe. Star Wars: The Force Awakens on VHS. I was always more of a Trekkie, believe it or not. I liked Star Trek more than Wars. That's going to start an argument. It felt, and I know Star Trek is kind of a slow-paced show, and Star Wars always felt like super slow, and then it had big action bits, and then it felt super slow, and then big action bits. I don't know. I'm a Doctor Who fan, too, and that is one of the most dialogue-y, there is so much talking in that, but it always held my interest. Star Wars just felt so all over the place to me. You never liked both? I can see that. I could see that. I mean, of the two, I don't know. My uncle, he's the one that turned me on to Doctor Who. He gave me some. He's like, watch these. I think you'll like them. He gave me the Tom Baker ones to start me out on with Doctor Who. And I was like, oh, gosh, this is really good. Can you get me some more of those? Because my uncle was the one that always bought DVDs. He'd bring them down to my grandma's. He was the same uncle that bought all the consoles for down here as well. So he was always our DVD guy, too. So if we were getting movies, it was stuff he brought down. And he's like, oh, yeah, I got you. You want to watch more of that? There's plenty more for you. So he was always bringing down DVDs about all the Doctor Who. He started me off with the early years with the black and white, and we went all the way up. And then even all of these mostly are Doctor Who videos I got from him. They were taped off of TiVo, off of the Sci-Fi Channel. And there are a lot of good commercials. This is like 05, 06, 07, 08 Doctor Who. Somewhere in that range. Columbo. Oh, yeah. One more thing. My brother loves Columbo. I like it, too. Or Dallas. I haven't seen Dallas. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't really seen it. I might have seen 1 or 2 episodes of Dallas. But Columbo's good. Kojak's good. What's that one? It's like he's a mortician, or is he a doctor? It's pretty good. Ironside's is good too. I liked that, but I can't think of what it is. I don't remember if he's like a mortician. Oh, Columbo's great even for his time. Yeah, it was. It's really well thought out. I like the way he comes up, and he's got like everything planned out. Like, oh, you're going to say this, I'll say that, and come up with so you did kill her, It was like, oh, caught him. But during Emergency, I really liked Emergency. That was a good one. I always watched that My TV stuff. That older stuff was fun to watch. What? Darn it, I can't think of it. I really liked it. It was a TV show with a guy that was either a doctor or a mortician. Buried by 6 feet under, family plots, the mortician. Maybe he wasn't a mortician. It was like a 70s show, I think. No, it's not that. Maybe he was a doctor. And no, it's not House. I love House, but it's not House. House, Good Doctor, Resident MASH. I love MASH. MASH is great. Quincy Emmy. That's it. Thank you. That's it. That's the one I was thinking of. That's it. I liked watching him too. I haven't seen it in years. I don't know if it's as good as I remember, but I do remember watching it and I liked him. Thank you. Danger Foldman. Good. It was on the. All right. Cool. Yeah. I might have to go back and actually try and watch that. That WKRP in Cincinnati I thought was pretty good too. My uncle had the full series, so I binge watched. If I am going to watch something, I'm going to binge watch it. And that was a lot of episodes. I don't know how many that was, but that was a lot of episodes. That was a lot of DVDs in that. It was 90 episodes. But yeah, I liked watching that one. I thought that was pretty good too. Sanford and Son was good. I liked that. Tremors was another one. Tremors was great. The TV show of Tremors. I liked the movies too, but I thought the TV show was really good. But there was another one. Oh, Briscoe County Jr. Has anyone seen that? That one was... I really liked that one too. My uncle had that whole set. And I loved watching that one. That was a lot of fun. Oh, what else is there? Yeah, he's good. You remember that? Yeah, I love the episode where these two are at the diner, and he lights a stick of dynamite and puts it on the table, and the waiter comes up and he's like, "How would you like your steak, sir?" And he's like, "Please hurry," because the stick on the wick on the dynamite, it's getting closer to blowing up. And he's like, "Oh, how would you like your steak?" And he's like, "I'd like it well done." He's like, "Good." And he runs to the back, or something like that. And the other guy is like, he's looking at him like, "Oh shoot!" And he ends up cutting the wick off so it don't blow up. But it's that's a really fun show. Pat, I wanted to say, I'll go ahead, words. You don't have to ask, just go for it. Love this extra long nostalgia live stream. I know we went longer than we had planned. Oh well, that's the way it goes some days, Twilight, I could never get into Twilight. That was all like I guess that was in high school. All the girls would talk about was Twilight. No, it was just like, Okay, well, that actually ends up pretty good because that was the end of this list. I was going to go through the Reddit ones if we ran out of stuff on there. I'll save that for another day. Oh, yeah, those speakers making that. Maybe we'll end on the speakers making their noise. Got here at the end. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would we got that a lot out of the school speakers. We would get that a lot out of the school speakers. But all right. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. I don't think we'll hold off on this for another day, I think, but I don't know what to play tomorrow. No worries, brother. All right. Yeah. I don't know what we'll play tomorrow. Maybe we'll pop in some Nest games. Maybe we'll take suggestions for something I can get real quick. I don't know. We'll figure that one out when we get there. I kind of like having an idea to start the stream with. Like the other day, I played Bugs Bunny Birthday Blowout. I knew I could beat that in a couple hours. And then we filtered off and people were giving, someone wanted me to play Mario 2. So I started playing the US version of Mario 2. And they're like, well, no, that's not what I had in mind. So we played the Lost Levels version of Mario 2, and I failed at that. So we went back to Mario 1, and I started making a little bit of progress in that. So I like to try and start with an idea, and then we can branch off, because I'm not deep into it, and we can swap around, and if people have questions, or people are like, oh, do you remember this? We can pop up something, and, Google's right there where I can get at it. If we're in an emulator, I'm not super locked into it, but sometimes when I'm playing a game, there's a lot of setup you got to do to make it. See, I haven't had to adjust anything between this and the emulator for it to work. But sometimes when I'm in a game, it resizes the screen, and I've got to come over here and resize that thing so it's okay for the stream, so you guys are seeing a full thing and not a tiny window off to the side. But all right, I think we're going to call it 6 hours 12 minutes. I will see you all tomorrow. Hope